What it do? What it do? What it do? What's going on, everybody? Wait for a few people to come in. Let's see. 1 second here. Check. What's going on, everybody? Waiting for some people. We're waiting for people to come in. What's good? Let me know where you're checking in from when you come in. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from as you come in. I'm just posting this on Instagram real quick to let people know we are live. I'm going to try to keep this live to 2 hours tonight. Trying to get it down. The live before last went about damn near 7 hours. We got it down to about 3 hours last week. I'm going to see if I can get it down to 2 hours this week. I don't want to be on here all night, so I'm going to go over the topics. I think I hurt some feelings or ruffled some feathers with a couple of those Amazon videos, so I want to go over that. And then we'll do a Q&A. So, all right, Andre McKinney, what up, Mark? How you doing? Thanks for the knowledge. I'm from the Go. Andre, what's going on? What part of Chicago you from? What side you representing? It's Dub G from San Diego. What's going on? Quinn Thomas checking in from Louisiana. Big news for box trucks. Amazon is going to offer contracts like they do with semis in the coming months. Make sure your score is 90 or above. So I know we're going to get into this Amazon stuff tonight because, man, I got a lot of, I wouldn't call it flack, but a lot of people challenged me. But, man, the facts is the facts, and I made sure when I did that last video, I put everything in their words. I went to the website, I screen recorded it, and these are Amazon's words. These are not my words. All right. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. They got a platform on the middle mile side that mirrors the final mile side. And relay is just it is what it is, but we're gonna get into it though. So I've invited some detractors to come on the live stream. They're willing to come, but like I said, when I shot the video, I screen recorded it, and these are Amazon's words. These are not my words. So it is what it is. We're gonna wait for a few people to come in, and then I'm just gonna start getting started, and then as people come in, they can come in. But I mean, that's good to know, Quinn, because I had a guy yesterday that swears up and down he has a contract on Relay. And from my understanding, Relay does not offer contract. It's all spot work. It's all spot work. And it says on the website, fills the gap between spot work and long-term contracts. So it's spot work, just like Flex. Flex has the same thing on the final mile side for the DSP. Flex fills the gaps. Whatever the overages are from the DSP side, you said Relay offers contracts for semis only, but that would fall under the AFP program. Quinn, right? From my understanding, that would fall under the AFP program, an Amazon freight partner. I mean, you can run a freight, you can run a 53-footer on the Relay side, but that's still spot market work. It's still spot market work. And then I had some people say, well, man, I got a contract. I work 5 days a week. I don't think some people understand certain lingo in trucking. Dedicated means dedicated. I had a guy argue me down about what dedicated means. Dedicated is dedicated. Dedicated means I got a route. I come in, I got trucks that run that same route daily. Corey, what's going on? Dedicated doesn't mean I'm going to find work. I'm going to spot market load board. And as long as I find work Monday through Friday, I'm dedicated. That's not what dedicated means. It means my trucks run the same route every day. I don't have to go on the spot market and look for nothing. This truck is going from warehouse, if it's warehouse A to warehouse B, and then back to warehouse A and then back to warehouse B, 11 hours, that truck is done. That truck and that driver that's scheduled for that dedicated route, he knows that Monday through Friday, and when he's coming in, that's exactly what he's going to do. He has a dedicated run. It's dedicated. No, I know what you're talking about. That's a short-term contract, Quinn. It's short-term, right? Yes. Relay has short-term contracts, but it's short-term. It's not dedicated. It's different. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about a short-term contract on the relay side. I know what you're talking about. But that's the key word, short term versus long term. And that's the only thing I was trying to explain to people. Short term and long term is two different things, and Amazon treats it like two different things. You know what I'm saying? It's two different things. But I know what you're talking about. You're talking about a short term contract. But when I right, exactly, short term contract. So I'm thinking when I did the video, um, I know there's a lot of people in the industry now. Exactly. Long term is for the partners, right? I know there's a lot of new people in the industry now, and I'm thinking that maybe some of the trucking lingo, they're just not abreast on a lot of the lingo. And even though I showed short term and long term on the screen recording, people still trying to challenge. And it's like, bro, like it's right here. It says it right here in black and white. These are their words. These are their words, not mine. Hold on one second. I'm posting this and then I'm gonna go ahead and get started, and then it takes a little while for the algorithm to send out notifications and people start coming in later. Let me just post this real quick. Instagram. Give me 1 second, y'all, and then I'm gonna get started. Let me post this link. Let me know where you're checking in from as you come in, and then we're gonna get started. So I'm gonna post this real quick. All right, bet. All right. So long term, right. Boom. All right, so no, I'll show you when I got the shot. All right, so boom. Right, short turn. So we got that. Let me see if I missed anything. Andre, you from 39th Street, low end or no end? 39th from what? You from the low end? You from the Jets? Low end or no end? You went to Dunbar? Talk to me. What's going on? Corey Jackson, what's going on? Let me put this link up too, because I did invite some detractors to come in on this live that want to challenge what I said. You're welcome to come on. Like everything I said is in their words, not mine. I didn't make this stuff up. I went to the websites, I screen recorded everything as I did the video. So it is what it is. If you got a rebuttal, man, there goes the link. You know, there's nothing wrong with, you know, if you rebuttal, just make sure you got the facts. You know what I'm saying? So there's the links, or there's the link, I should say. All right, so what do we want to talk about today? We are going to talk about first Tempur-Pedic. I put the Tempur-Pedic video up. Some people had questions regarding that contract for Final Mile. It's an easy contract. I never had Tempur-Pedic, but what I did have, I had Sleep Number. So I had Sleep Number contract through a company called Installs, which is now NAL. The Sleep Number contract is similar to that Tempur-Pedic contract. Tempur-Pedic contract is probably easier because it's just the mattresses. The hardest thing about the Tempur-Pedic mattresses is that they're just heavier than your standard mattresses. But I had Sleep Number, and with the Sleep Number, you got to build those beds. So Tempur-Pedic is a lot easier than your standard Final Mile contracts because it's just mattresses. You don't got to deal with furniture and angling stuff and breaking stuff down and putting stuff together. IKEA, and if you guys got questions you want to chime in while I'm going through this stuff, you're welcome to chime in. I'm going to do a Q&A later for people that have questions. I get a lot of questions in the DM, a lot of questions in the comments. I try to answer. I try to answer them all, but sometimes I don't get a notification on some of the questions, so I might miss some questions. I'm not missing them on purpose. It's just I didn't get a notification that somebody asked a question in the comments. So if you got a question now, you can ask it on the live. Ida B. Wells, I went to Phillips. All right. All right. So low end or no end. Shout out to you, Andre. Thanks for coming in. IKEA, another good contract. Easy work, real light, not heavy. Better than doing Lowe's, better than doing Best Buy, better than doing Home Depot. So for people that are in the final mile that are looking for an easy contract, let's say they get started, that IKEA contract is pretty sweet. Most of the stuff is flat packed in boxes. If anybody's ever been to IKEA before, you kind of know what kind of what you're familiar with the stuff. So it's really hard to mess that contract up. Also for final mile, that it's a high liability driven lane, and you really don't run into too many claims with IKEA. If you run into a lot of claims with IKEA, then something's not right. You need to kind of maybe retrain your crew. It doesn't pay what people think, and that's another thing I want to get into. But before we get in, but I'm gonna get into that in the what may work for you may not work for others part. A lot of people think that a lot of these contracts should be paying top dollar. And the truth of the matter is, and I know I've been reiterating this a lot lately in a lot of videos, is that this is a low margin industry. And I know a lot of people that jumped into the game last year, they watched a lot of research videos. And the reason I'm saying this is because a lot of people that sign up for my mentorship, they tell me like, man, I went to this, and I'm not going to shout out no names, man. I got this coaching. I went here for this coaching. I didn't get nothing out of it. I paid these people X amount of dollars for this coaching, and then I didn't get nothing out. Then I came across your videos. My videos really ain't circulating like that because I'm still new. I've only been making videos for 4 months. Then when people see my videos, they like, okay, you really know what you're talking about. You breaking stuff down. You're making videos from a different perspective of what everybody else is making, and I can tell that you've been in the game for a while. The margins in trucking are very low. A lot of people entered this game within the past year and a half with a lot of overhead. Just because you enter the game with a high overhead doesn't mean that these companies and these logistics companies are going to lower their rates because you came into the game with high overhead. All right. Which is going to lead me. And the reason I'm saying this is because I had some people ask, well, how, if the contract is paying $3,000 a week, that's $500 a day, how are you making money? And I explained to people, and then they said, okay, that makes sense. All right. But I came into the game with low overhead at a different time period. So even if you're entering the game today, you can't just not jump into this game with a lot of overhead. Just because you're paying X amount of dollars for a rental or X amount of dollars for a truck, if gas goes up, that's decreasing your bottom line, right? All right. If anything else happens, it's going to decrease your bottom line on top of the fact that the margins are small anyway. So you need to come into this game with a solid game plan. And you can't just jump into this game with a lot of costs. So you got to be mindful when you're purchasing trucks. You got to be mindful when you're going into these rental companies, and you have to make sure that you're getting the best rate because the margins are slow, which is going to take me into what may work for you may not work for others. Reason I did that video was because of the IKEA video. What works for me may not work for you. What may work for you may not work for the next person. What may work for the next person may not work for you. Everybody's situation is different, right? So, with these contracts, like I said, they don't care if you're paying X amount of dollars for a 26-foot box truck every month. They don't care about that. They don't care if you're paying X amount of dollars for a rental. They don't care that you came into the game in 2021 when everything was inflated. The rates are the rates. You got to find a way to maximize your bottom line, and that's by cutting and decreasing your overhead as much as possible. All right. So what may work for me, obviously, is not going to work for somebody coming in the game now. If you get a truck or you inherit a truck and you have no no financial overhead as far as the truck concerned, as far as the note is concerned. That's a lot of money you're saving. You're only dealing with the insurance, right? Speaking of insurance, you would be surprised how many people come to me that have Progressive. And I understand, like I said in the video, why people go with Progressive, because I'm new into the box truck game. I want to get a box truck. I'm hearing the money is here. I go start doing my Google searches. Okay, I got to get this. I got to get this. I got to get this. You get to the insurance step on all the things you got to get. You Google commercial insurance, Progressive is going to come up. It's the biggest insurance company, right? As far as commercial is concerned, right? They got the biggest footprint on the internet. When you type it up, they're millions of dollars in ad revenue they're running. They're running millions of dollars in ads. So you're going to see them the most. That doesn't mean stop there, because guess what? They're the most expensive as well, right? They make it easy for you to go to progressive.com, fill out the information, put all the information in, and then you put your credit card in. They're going to give you everything, and then they'll allow you to print out a COI. For those that don't know what a COI is, the certificate of insurance, right? Boom. Most commercial insurance companies is not going to be that simple. You got to have a broker. You got to go through a middleman. If you go to Grange, you go to Mercury, you go to some of these other commercial websites, when you get to that part of the website, they're going to tell you to put your zip code in, and then they're going to give you a list of agents, because you can't deal with them directly. It's best when you're dealing in this industry and you're dealing with commercial insurance to have a broker. All right. The broker is going to shop you. And I know I spoke on this a few times in videos. I spoke on this on a few live streams recently, but I have to reiterate it because people ask this stuff all the time. You would be surprised how many people pay for mentorships and ask about the same stuff that I talk about in the videos or I talk about in the live stream. So I'm just reiterating it again. I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's best to go through a broker, because the broker is going to shop for you the best deal, right? He's going to shop you the best deal. You don't have to have Progressive. There's a lot of insurance companies out there. You don't have to have the same insurance company for each insurance. I got 3 different insurance companies. I have a different insurance company for my liability. That I have a different insurance company for my commercial auto. I have a different insurance company for my cargo, right? You know, I don't have all the same insurances, because every year when my insurance gets ready to renew, about 60 days prior to my commercial insurance renewing, my broker is working for me, trying to find me the best deal. So if I'm running Mercury, which I'm running Mercury for my commercial auto, but if I'm running them for my general liability, commercial auto, and my cargo, but he says, you know what, Mark, we can keep Mercury for your commercial auto, but we're going to run Acuity for your general liability, and we're going to run National Fire and Liability for your cargo, and that's going to save you about $250, $300 a month. All right, let's roll with it. You don't have to have just Progressive for everything. I don't recommend you have Progressive at all, to be honest with you. You know, the one time I had Progressive was because my insurance, I had Grange, and when it got time to renew at the last minute, they didn't drop me. They just didn't renew me, because I think we had 2 accidents that year, and my broker didn't have enough time to shop my company. He had like 30 days. He was like, man, I'm not going to be able to shop you in 30 days. He's like, man, you're going to probably have to roll with Progressive for a year. He said it's going to be expensive, but 60 days prior to the renewal, I'm going to be shopping. He said, I'm going to start shopping you 90 days. You're going to have to stick it out. So I rolled with Progressive for a year, and that was the worst year I've ever had insurance. It cost me 50 grand that year for Progressive. So when these guys are telling me they're paying $1,800 for one truck a month with Progressive, I know they are, because I know what it's like to run multiple trucks with Progressive. So get a broker, and I guarantee you'll save a lot of money. Stay away from Progressive. Also, try to stay away from these high rental companies. I know that's kind of hard, but wherever you can cut costs, you need to cut costs, because what I'm starting to see is that people are thinking that when they see these rates, it's not paying enough. So the question is it really not paying enough, or do you just have a lot of overhead? Because when a person challenges me and says, man, $3,000 a week on a route for a truck is not a lot of money, I look at them like, how do you figure it's not a lot of money? How do you figure it's not a lot of money? Because I don't have this high overhead. You know what I'm saying? To me, it's great money. I know I cannot get rich off of one truck. All right. I ran a fleet of trucks at my highest peak in this business. I was running on a 7-day week basis, 12 to 15 trucks. Some trucks would fall off on the weekend because I had dedicated routes that ran Monday through Friday, didn't run on the weekend. So on a 7-day basis, I'm running 12 to 15 trucks, right? My first million took me 12 to 15 trucks running 7 days a week to make a little over $1 million, and it cost me 800,000. I only took home 200. I'm not a millionaire. So why do people think that one truck is going to get them to this millionaire status? I saw one person make a video and say, you go get a truck, you can do 10 moves a day and you'll make $1 million. That's cap. That's cap. You're not going to make that type of money. That's not realistic. It's not realistic. I don't care what lane you're in, middle mile. I don't care if you're in final mile. All right. The margin in trucking on average is about 2.5% to 6%. Amazon is telling you their margins. They're telling you you're operating at about 9.5%, 10%. I know when I went in for a DSP, they told me 10%, but actually it can come out less. I read an article, a guy who's running, a DSP route, right? He's grossing 3.5 to 4 million. He's taking home less than 90 grand. So do the math on that. The margins in trucking are very, very small. You cannot believe that you're going to get rich off of one truck. It's impossible. You're not going to get rich off of 2 trucks. You're not going to get rich off of 3 trucks. The margins are too low. All right. So what may work for one person may not work for another. I'll take consistent money. If I'm running 15 trucks, I'll take $100 profit 5-6 days a week on one truck. If I'm running a route, and that route, when I was running Office Depot, I was charging them a guarantee because I had leverage. I said, give me $300 per truck. They said, okay. They hated it, but I'd rather take the guarantee than the dollar per piece because the per piece count fluctuates. Some days, what if I send a truck out and the truck only has 50 pieces? I know my minimum for my driver is 100, right? So I'm already at a $50 loss there, not considering the fuel that is burning. So the guarantee enabled me to know that I was going to make at least $100, but I'm making that times 9 trucks on that route, right? So I'm okay with running 9 trucks for that one specific route, bringing in $900 on a 5-day-a-week contract. Because at the end of the day, you might be looking at it as, or the next person might be looking at it as $100. And this is what I'm trying to explain is what may work for one person may not work for the next person. One person like, man, you running all those trucks, for each truck you only making $100 times 9 trucks. That's $900 on that one particular account. All right. But with the other stuff that I had coming in, I was making a couple grand. But at the end of the day, that was more money than I had ever made before in my life. I never made $3,000-$4,000 a day. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I understood that the margins were low, and I knew that in order to make a lot of money, I had to operate in volume. All right. So I hope, man, that little spiel kind of got people to kind of understand, this game is not for the faint of heart. You really have to work at it. You really got to work, and you got to have a plan. I had a plan. I knew what I wanted to do. I knew what I wanted to make, and I knew I couldn't make it with one truck. I knew I couldn't make it with 2. So I kept taking the money that was coming in, right? And I kept putting it back in the business, right? And that's what you got to do. Everybody's situation is not going to be the same. Some people may want to get into this business and they already have a family start. So they may not be able to invest everything back into the business. Some of that money that they're making, they may have to pull it out to put food on the table, to put clothes, back to school, and everything that goes along with having responsibilities as a family. So everybody's situation ain't going to be the same. My situation, I don't got no kids. Didn't have no kids then. Was young, 29, getting started. So, man, all my money went back into the business, every single dime of it. And that's how I was able to expand. But everybody's situation ain't going to be the same. So you got to do what works best for you. And you can't look at everything as it's not paying enough. Sometimes instead of be like, man, everything is bad, take a step back, take a deep breath, and look at your situation, see what you got going on, and see, maybe I need to cut some cost. Let me see if I can start shaving some stuff somewhere, man. You know what? It don't make sense that I'm paying this much. Or man, you know what? I know I'm tired, but the gas right here for diesel is $5 is a gallon, but I know down the road it's 4.95, and I'm damn near on E. So that 5 cents is gonna make a big difference because I'm finna fill up. So let me just drive the extra 2 miles down the road. And I'm telling you, over the long run, all those little savings will help. All right, next, what are we getting to? All right, Amazon. Amazon. No questions so far. Yeah, people didn't want to hear that spiel. I know they didn't. They didn't want to hear that. But all right, let's get into Amazon. All right, so I talked about going into different markets for Amazon. And the reason why I talked about going into different markets for Amazon is because I get these conversations with people saying, man, my Amazon market is slow. I got a deadhead. And usually it's people that are doing like mentorship coaching. I'm like, well, why don't you just go to a larger market? You know, why don't you just go to a larger market, or why don't you research, what markets, go on the board and see what markets are really popping. You got a truck, you gotta go where the money is at. You know what I'm saying? You can't be, you can't get comfortable. All right. What I try to explain to people is when you go buy a box truck, you get your DOT, you get your LLC, you get incorporated, you become a business owner. All right. Um, so with being a business owner, you have to act like a business owner. What I'm starting to see is people go out, they go through all the process of getting their DOT, getting their license, uh, getting all this stuff to say they're a business owner. And I think people get the satisfaction of saying, "Oh, I'm a business owner. I got my LLC. I got my LLC." Right? So boom, you get the LLC, but then you don't put the work in to make the business successful. You got to put the work in. You can't say you're a business owner, but don't put the work in to make the business jump off. You got to go to where the money is at. I've never seen somebody that was checking a bag that was complacent. The money's not going to come to you all the time. You got to get to a point where you got the leverage where the money going to come to you. I had to get to a point at my peak success when I was running tons and tons of trucks, or 15 trucks, let's say to speak. People would call me because my name was out there, had a big enough footprint, right? Companies would just contact me, but I had to get to that point. I had to get to that point. When I was starting out, I had to look for contracts. I had to look for contracts, even with employees. When I was first getting started, I had to look for employees. Once I got so many trucks, employees was coming to me. You know what I'm saying? So you got to go find that money. When you got your truck, you have to go to where the money is at. The money ain't gonna always be around you. You know what I'm saying? You're a business owner. You have to go to where the money is. And that's just the bottom line. So that was what that video was about. Man, it rubs some people the wrong way, but man, the truth is the truth. Somebody told me when you tell people the truth, not everybody gonna like it. I'm not gonna sit up here and sell nobody no dream. I ain't finna do it. I'm not going to do it. A lot of people that make these videos, these YouTube trucking people, they going to give you the good. They're going to give you the good because they're trying to sell you something. They want you to buy into whatever it is they selling, but they don't tell you the bad. They can't really tell you the bad because a lot of them haven't really been in the game long enough. They don't know what it's like. A lot of them, you can just go look, and they only been doing this for like a year and a half. They can't tell you somebody roofed one of their trucks. They can't tell you it's just a bunch of the stuff that goes on in this game because they learning it they self. I'm going to tell you the bad. Not this industry ain't always going to be good. The margins are small. I have to keep reiterating that. People saying you're going to make a ton of money in this business. Yeah, you can make a bunch of money, but you got to keep your overhead down, right? And you're not going to make it off one truck. And when you're running one truck, you're going to have to work the hell out of that truck. You have to work the hell out of that truck. So the game has changed. The level of entry, the cost of entry into this business now is high. And I thought maybe by the end of this year, things would kind of return back to normal, but I don't think so. Now you're getting reports that this global chip shortage is going to go well into 2024, right? global chip shortage goes well into 2024, new trucks still aren't being manufactured like that. I looked at some new trucks yesterday. A 2022 Hino 26 footer, they want two and a quarter, $225,000, $250,000 damn near for a box truck. A $70,000 truck, they want $225,000. You know, so they're not making that many trucks. If this chip shortage goes into 2024, and then check it out, some manufacturers are like, and some dealers are like, we already got accustomed to the shortage. So man, we just going, even if the chip shortage was solved today, we're just going to stick to low inventory. We don't have to tie our money up in inventory and trucks sitting. We can just go on an order basis. Person want a truck, come in and order it, and we'll send it to the manufacturer. They build it. However long it takes, it takes. If they say 6 months, 6 months. They take 12 months, 12 months. We just take the deposit. Now we don't have the truck sitting on the lot. We don't have to tie our money up in overhead because this guy who we have ordering the trucks ordered the wrong spec, and no one likes that truck, so it's just sitting there. You know what I'm saying? So things may not go back to the way that they were. We might not ever see 26 used truck prices the way we saw them 2.5, 3 years ago and before. We may not see on the used side or on the new side. It may not get back to that. So with that being said, the cost of entry into this game is higher. And just because the cost of entry is higher, it doesn't mean that these logistics company, it doesn't mean that these companies that set the rates, these brokers are going to go up on the rates because the cost of entry for the contractor is higher. The contractor just has to adjust and enter the game with a better plan than before. Like the learning curve, right? The learning curve prior to the pandemic, you had some room, right? Because the cost of entry was a lot lower. Like you have to really master that learning curve. You really don't have much margin now to make too many mistakes coming in the game because you're entering at a higher cost now. So, all right, which leads me into the Amazon Freight Partner versus Amazon Relay. All right, so let me see. The long-term stuff is for partners. Anybody want to come on? Here goes the link. Let me see. Do you have contract for insurance broker? Do I have a contact for insurance broker? Yeah. Just DM me and I'll shoot you my guy with farmers. That video, good info. AGC, which video you talking about? Dina, that was cool. Dina, what's going on? Another Chicagoan in the building. Rick Rock, just DM me and I'll shoot you my my broker's info. All right, there go the link for anybody that want to come on. All right, so Amazon Freight Partners versus Relay. All right, so put that video out. That was kind of a response, not really a response, but that was a better clarification to the Amazon video that I put out. So I said I should break it down because I saw that a lot of people didn't know it was another lane that Amazon ran for middle mile. And the reason why I figured that out is because some of the questions that people were asking. And then I responded to the guy, like, I forgot what I responded, but something about, man, that's for the trucking side and for the middle mile freight partner. He's like, oh, I got a couple semi trucks. That's interesting. Can you tell me about it? And this guy, I think, he's running Relay. So I said, well, let me just break it down and let people know there's another lane that's long term, that's dedicated, and that's Amazon Freight Partners. And I set the video up where I paralleled it to the DSP program. I paralleled Amazon Freight Partners to the DSP final mile, middle mile, final mile. And then the relay board, I paralleled that to Amazon Flex, right? Because Amazon Flex is where the people go on their phone, right? They see the overages. They can pick which time slot or which whatever location, Amazon location they want. They go, they stand in line, heard the lines are long, they wait, and then they point them to what door, and then they go load the cars up. And then those are the people, when you get an Amazon package and it comes to your house and you see the guy hopping out in his personal car, but he has on an Amazon vest, that's a flex guy. Those guys are taking the overages. Same thing with Relay, except you're in your own truck. You're in your own truck. All right. Amazon freight partners are dedicated. You got to buy into that. It's long-term contract. Vested interest. Amazon has vested interest because what? They're supplying the day cabs. Yeah, you're leasing them, right? But they're supplying them, right? You have to buy into that program. You guys are like partners. That's why they call it Amazon Freight Partners, or DSP, Delivery Service Partner, right? So they're going to push all that freight out as much as they can on 53 footers, right? They're going to push all that stuff out on the 53 footers. Whatever they can't push out on the 53 footers, that's going to be overages. Of course, it's going to be overages because we're talking about volume here. But when people say, you know what, it's slow, or it's busy, or it's slow, and how the volume kind of fluctuate on the Relay side, that's all determined on the volume for the day. If the Amazon freight partners can if they can, what's the word I'm looking for? If the amount of freight partners that are running and what specific market, whatever, on whatever specific day, can satisfy whatever that volume is, however much volume they can satisfy for that day, determines how much is going to get pushed to the spot market. All right. So you go volume, Amazon freight partner, push all that to the Amazon freight partners. The overages get pushed to the Relay. So the freight partners try to satisfy as much volume as they can satisfy. Same thing with the DSPs, whatever market you're in, however many vans they got, however many DSP vans they got. Boom. Once they fill up all those vans with whatever the maximum amount of stops is, I'm pretty sure they have a max. Okay. I think it's 180 on the DSP side. I think 180 stops, right? Once they put 180 stops on every van got 180 stops. Those vans are filled to whatever they consider the max. All the overages get flexed out. That's when the guys come in on the app, similar to the load board, similar relay, but they call it flex on the final mile side. And those guys take all that stuff in their personal cars. Contractors first, partners, then flex, final mile, or relay, middle mile. And it's just simple as that. These are their words. This is on their website. Long term, short term. You know, it's nothing more, nothing less to it. We here chilling. What we got here? Greetings. Where can I buy commercial insurance for my rental 26 with straight truck? Give me a second. I'm gonna just finish this, and then I'm gonna go into the Q&A. So, and that's pretty much it. I don't want people to get caught up in like it wasn't to, I guess, it's not to shit on. Amazon Relay is important. You know, don't get it twisted. It's important. But the reason I made the video is because a lot of people are complaining that it's slow, it's busy, the volume fluctuate, it's volume, it's no volume. This is why. DM me on Instagram, Mark the Mentor, Mark _the_mentor_. So after Mark, it's an underscore after everything else. Mark _the_mentor_. DM me on Instagram. All right. So yeah, that's it. It wasn't to shit on Relay. Relay is important, you know. Relay is important, but I don't want people to think that, you know, first of all, I don't want people to get caught up with Amazon is a big company. They're not going anywhere. But what people have to understand about Amazon is about Amazon. All right. I don't care if you're an Amazon freight partner. I don't care if you're on the Relay board. I don't care if you're a delivery service partner. I don't care if you're running flex. Amazon has a history of shitting on people whenever they want. They look what they did to the DSP program 3-4 years ago. When they wanted to change and revamp the program, majority of DSPs that were on that program that had thousands and thousands of dollars tied up, invested into that program as far as leasing vans, and they just cut them out completely because they said, you know what, we're having too many issues. We need to revamp this. There's too many lawsuits. I got people getting killed. Somebody got killed here by a DSP driver on I-94. You had another lawsuit, big lawsuit, where a Amazon delivery driver was backing into somebody's driveway, which they shouldn't, and ran over somebody's dog and killed them, right? All these stories and all these lawsuits that Amazon, and this is back when all the vans were white because the contractors were leasing and renting them from Enterprise and Ryder and Budget. This is before Amazon revamped it. When they revamped it, they had been ordering Sprinters and Ram Pro Masters and all these vans where they were branding them with their, I guess that's a trademark blue. That's their color. I've never seen that blue before. And then they started branding all those vehicles, and then they created that new DSP program, that lease program. But what they did, I get it. They cut ties with everybody before because they wanted to bring in fresh recruits and they didn't want any old bad habits. But these people still had money tied up. You can't just go get, if you're running, I know when I got accepted into the DSP program, they told me I had to come in the door with 20 vans. And then they said in 30 days, I had to bring on another 10. And when I went to Enterprise to rent the vans, I had to pay $1,300 a month for each van and had to put up a $1,300 escrow for each van because of everything that had been going on with the Amazon DSP program prior to me getting accepted. So Enterprise wanted a $1,300 escrow per van. And they said I had to put all that up front. That was like $50,000, $60,000. All right. So when they revamped that program, they cut all those old DSPs off and they started fresh. Right. And that doesn't mean that they won't do it again. You know, Amazon is a big company. They didn't get to who they were by being a nice guy. They don't care about their feelings. You think they care when they cut those people off? You read all these stories about all these lawsuits that people are suing Amazon. Even current DSPs are suing them. I did a video on it, 3 months ago? You know what I'm saying? A bunch of DSPs are suing them now. You got DSPs that had perfect ratings. One guy had just had his rating. He had a superior score, but yet and still Amazon just out of the blue, they said, you know what? We letting you go. He said, what? I got a superior score. They said, hey, no discussion. You got 2 options. You can sign this NDA and take this 10 grand as a severance, right? Or you don't sign the NDA, right? All right. And don't get the 10 grand, right? But here's the thing. It's in your contract that you can't we're letting you go regardless. But you can't tell your workers we're letting you go in 30 days. You can't tell them until 15 days after today. And when you tell them when they quit, there's no compete clause. It's in your contract. You can't do a complete non-compete clause because if they want to go to another Amazon delivery service partner, they can. They don't have to wait a year. You think they care? This guy said he got what, $200,000-$300,000. They sent him a bill for $200,000-$300,000 when he turned in all the vans on all the repairs and stuff. Now he's on the verge of going bankrupt and losing his home and all the other people. So I just say that to say this, you know what I'm saying? When you working for any company, it don't even matter. Amazon, it's a business, man. Always have a plan B. You know, always have a plan B. And they're a business. That's why they got to where they got to. Me personally, when I wanted to fire people in the past, you know what I'm saying? I've had people come to me and they run, or I let them go, and a day or two later they'll come call me 11, 12 o'clock at night. I'm talking about grown men crying like little babies. Mark, I got a family, man. I got a baby on the way, and man, I know I messed up, man. Please, I need my job, man. Man, and me being a not an Amazon type of person, have a heart that hits me. You know what I'm saying? A grown man crying, I give him a second chance, and it come to bite me in the ass. But a big company like Amazon, they don't care if they cut you. They don't care if you running 30 vans and you still paying on these vans. You got money invested. You still in the red. If they want to let you go, they're gonna let you go, and you can have a good rating. That don't mean nothing. They don't care about that stuff. That's why they up here. You know what I'm saying? The people that are always at the top, they don't have no heart. You know what I'm saying? That's why good people seem like they can get to a certain point and then they can't get over. man, I'm just not heartless like that. But I'll do business with them, but in the back of my head, I can't think this is going to last forever. And that's with no company. Anything can be replaced, including me, with a contract, because I've been replaced plenty of times. So I put that video out just to let people know, like, look, this is what it is. A lot of people want to sit up there and make something. Amazon is a great, get what you can get out of it. When you get as much, suck as much out of it as you can, but have another plan, man. Make sure you got a backup plan. And that's it, man. That's it. Questions and answers, don't get it twisted. Yes, Amazon is a good tool to have, but don't think they love you, because they don't. You can go look this stuff up. You know what I'm saying? They didn't shit it on a lot of people, a lot of businesses, a lot of DSPs, a lot of AFPs. I know people that's in Relay that got shut down. Some people got shut down for good reasons. I ain't gonna front, but you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. Greetings. Where I can buy commercial insurance for my rental straight truck. It's a bunch of insurance companies you can go through. I wouldn't go through Progressive. Look at Mercury, look at Grange, look at Acuity, look at National Fire and Liability. I did a video naming like 5 or 6. Or you can DM me and I'll give you a list of insurance companies. Or you can find a broker in your local market. Or you can DM me and I'll give you a list. I'm currently using my personal SUV with Axle Hire. They do the same thing like Amazon Flex. So a lot of companies do the same thing like Amazon Flex. You got one called VHO. You got Dolly. It's a bunch of those companies out there. Lasership. Somebody just put me on Lasership recently. It's a bunch of companies out there that do what Amazon same that kind of mirror what Amazon Flex does. Where can I DM at? Mark_the_mentor_. What's good? Your channel is the most informative in YouTube. Big love to you, my man. Appreciate you, Luigi Lorenzo from St. Fort. Appreciate you for watching. So, man, Q&A. I invited some people here that were detractors about that Amazon, and I guess they didn't show up, man. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Go get your money. Go get your money, but just keep in mind that, man, ain't nobody loyal to nobody in this business. Nobody. And there is another lane that comes before Relay, and that's the Amazon Freight Partners. They get the priority, just like the DSPs get the priority before Flex. They're going to push as much DSP freight on their vans that branded Amazon to their partners because they have vested interests. All right. Depending on how much stuff they can push on the vans from the volume that day determines how much Flex is going to be. I know people that do Flex, they see a Flex route, they pick it, they head to the location, to the Amazon facility, and then they come back and they say, well, they paid me, I don't know if it's half or whatever they pay them when you get there, and the route is not there. And the route is not there most of the time because they were able to put it on a van. Another reason stuff gets flexed is because you got DSPs. If you're in a large market, I don't care if you're in a small market, you can go on Indeed. Every DSP is always hiring drivers because the turnover rate is high, right? DSPs have drivers call off. They don't have replacements. Amazon charges those people when they drop a route too. You running 20 vans DSP, 3 people don't show up on a Monday or Sunday morning because they partied all Saturday night, right? You got 3 routes that you got to drop. Amazon going to charge you for those routes, but then they're going to flex them out. They're going to get the work out because they got a bunch of flex people ready to rocking and rolling and ready to go. That's on the app waiting for something to pop up, right? So same thing with Relay. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Relay. The Amazon Freight Partners get it. It gets pushed to them, and then depending on the volume, how much volume can get pushed out from middle mile to the freight partners determines how much overages or whatever is going to be left, and then that gets pushed over to Relay. I just got a quote today from Progressive. What was the quote? I'm curious. All right, Q&A session. Let me know if you got questions or anything you want to talk about. What's your rate quote for Progressive? I'm curious to know what they quoted you. I'm pretty sure it was high. Let me put this link up real quick too. Yeah, Progressive is super high. Hey, I'm 22 years old from New York, looking to get into the game. I got a quote from Progressive, and it would be $2,200 a month just for insurance. Would this still even be profitable? Hell no. And see, guys, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. You said Rick Rock, they charge you what? Is that 11,000 for the year or what? $2,200 a month is just no, it's not profitable. One, you're high because you're young. 22 years old is very young. You're gonna pay high car insurance because of your age. You really don't start to see car insurance kind of taper down until you get like 25, and even still, it's high at that point. But yeah, $2,200 is a lot of money for a box truck. So, Jason, what I would do if I were you, I would find a broker, and then you're in New York, so you're in a high market. You got a few things kind of working against you. First, the rates are Progressive is high anyway. Two, you're young, and three, you're in an expensive market. So, what I would do if I were you, I would get a broker, and I would have the broker shop you around to get you a better rate. So you're paying a little bit less than $1,000 a month. How old are you, Rick? And where do you live? Recently, I heard of Curry driver. What's a Curry driver? Yeah, New York, because it's also high because you're in New York too. Yep, yep. So New York, your age, and then Progressive is just high. How do you feel about the new rollout? DDU. What's the DDU abbreviated for me? Might not. I might. I might know what you're talking about. I just can't think of the abbreviation right now. Any advice for new authorities? What are you running? Final mile or middle mile? Let me know what you're running, JBK. Final mile or middle mile? Um, all right. So, any questions about Amazon, the Amazon Freight Partner Program versus Relay? Oh, the Amazon to the post office. What about it? I heard that they're possibly maybe doing some contracts on the Relay side, but I think they're still going to be short term. Somebody was telling me about that earlier today, but I'm not 100% abreast of all the information yet. But something did come across me earlier today about something with the post offices on the Relay side. 46 in Philly, but Progressive is high. I'm hoping to find even a better price. Yeah. So 46, you're getting a big cut there because of your age. But yeah, 11,000 still is high. I mean, you're paying a little less than $1,000 a month, but compared to some of the quotes that people have been telling me that they're paying with Progressive, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Um, what's better, final mile or middle mile as a solo? If you're a solo driver, there's only one way you can go, and that's middle mile, because 98% of final mile contracts, you're gonna need another person. You're dealing with appliances, you're dealing with furniture, you're just gonna come across something that is going to require you to need a second person. So middle mile is your pretty much your only bet if it's just gonna be you. I want to do both if possible. I'm starting next month. Well, JBK, how many trucks do you have? If you only have one truck, it's going to kind of be hard to do both, because if you're doing final mile, you're going to be on a contract more than likely, and that contract is going to either be 5, 6, or 7 days a week, and it's going to take up most of your day. So it's going to be kind of hard to do both. What's the difference in freight partner and relay? You might have came in late, so I'll give you a brief run through of the difference between freight partner and relay. I got a video on it too that'll give you the full scope of it, but I'll just give you a short version. So Amazon freight partner and relay. So Amazon freight partner is a long-term contract with Amazon. You have to invest into it. You have to put money up. The minimum is about 40 grand. That 40 grand is going to get you in the door. You're going to put you through a vetting process, right? And if you go through that vetting process and you're accepted, you're going to put the 40 grand up. And then what Amazon is going to do is they're going to provide you with 5 day cabs. All right. Day cabs are tractors. All right. Day cabs, they're not sleepers. So these guys are going to be local. Then you would be responsible for onboarding drivers, right? And you're running long-term contracts. You're running dedicated work. You and Amazon now become partners because they're investing into you and you're investing into them, and your partners. They're covering your fuel, they're covering your tolls. You're leasing the trucks from them, but they're covering all your overhead. A lot of the overhead costs that the people on the relay have to pay, they're paying for it. All right. So versus on the relay side, you're coming through the door with your own truck, your own, whether you rent it or you own it or you're financing it, you got to come to the table with that. You're covering your own fuel, you're covering your own tolls. All your expenses are on you, right? And you're going on a load board and you're looking for loads. You're working off the spot market versus the Amazon freight partner. They have dedicated runs. So if I'm an Amazon freight partner, me, and I got 5 trucks, they're going to give me a route. And 9 times out of 10, my trucks are going to run that same route every day. So when my drivers come in, they already know what to expect. I'm not looking for spot market work. They say, hey, Mark, your 5 trucks are going to run from Joliet, Illinois location. I think that's MDW4, and you're going to run to Kenosha. Each one of your trucks is going to do that twice overnight. All right. All your trucks should be able to do that twice in an 11-hour driving period. And that's what you're going to do every day. All right. So that's the difference in a nutshell, summed up. If you want the full version, I got the video. It came out a few days ago. It's on my channel. Los Angeles market relay. I wouldn't know. I'm not in Los Angeles, but what I can tell you is that when I do look on the California load board, Amazon seems to drop the most loads in that market at night on the DAT load board. So I would assume there's a lot of overages, or maybe there's a lack of drivers due to AB5. But as far as all the markets I check late at night, Amazon always drops the most in California on the DAT load board. Who would I recommend for general liability? General liability, I've always used Acuity. I pay $123 a month for general liability with Acuity. And in 14 years, I've never had a general liability claim. I've always, the small claims that I've had, I've always covered them out of pocket. I almost had to use it one time, but we were able to deem that it wasn't the driver's fault. So I didn't, we didn't have to replace that awning. But yeah, I pay 123 for general liability a month. Okay, I was curious if the load board would still be available to do the short-term contract starting soon. Well, I think those short-term contracts already exist. So the thing with the post office, yeah, that stuff always goes mostly to relay. You see some 53 footers on the relay side, but for the most part, a lot of that relay work goes to the box trucks. Um, But here's another thing, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I think outside the box, man. You know what I'm saying? You have to really think outside the box. We saw what Amazon did with FedEx. They cut FedEx, right? They cut FedEx because FedEx didn't agree. They couldn't bully FedEx into the price that Amazon wanted to run freight through Amazon, through FedEx for. And you guys see, this is what separates. You got to really be a business person. So when you're on these trucks, you got to take time out during the day to keep up with current events in your industry. All right. This is what separates the boys from men and the women from girls. All right. When Amazon was really trying to get their 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 final mile game perfected, they were using everybody. They were using the post office, they were using FedEx, they were using UPS, and then they had the DSP program. This is before they revamped it. I had my spiel on the old DSP program from a few years ago before they revamped it about 15 minutes ago. So if you missed it, you got to watch the replay. All right. When they were at the table with FedEx was like, look, we can't operate on these numbers. Like, you got to pay us more to do these deliveries. Amazon thought because we're Amazon, we're sending you volume, deal with the small margin. FedEx said no. So Amazon got rid of FedEx. Once,
Hello.
hey, let me finish this point and then I'm going to let you talk. And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but Amazon is not going anywhere. They're constantly building their middle mile and final mile. Ultimately, the goal is to cut out all the third parties. So when I hear people saying this post office, post office, post office, post office, get the money while the money is good, but do not be surprised if they X the post office eventually. The post office didn't deliver mail on Sunday. You know when the post office started working on Sunday? To do Amazon. When you see the postal trucks out on Sunday, they're out specifically for Amazon. That's it. That's it. But if Amazon can build up the infrastructure, middle mile and final mile, to cut that cost, that outsourcing cost out to keep everything in house, you think they're not going to cut the post office out? Or what if the president, which president, one of those presidents was Trump? He was complaining about what the post office was paying for Amazon. They were about to cancel it. You can look it up. Trump didn't like what the cost that the post office was making to do Amazon. You can look this up. So what I'm saying is, get your money, but don't think that something can last forever. If Amazon builds that infrastructure up, middle mile, final mile, to the point where they can handle everything in house and they don't need to outsource to the post office, they'll get rid of the post office. If they don't need the post office, why pay them? Or what if the next president comes in and says, you know what, we're losing? I forget what the number was, but I think Trump was saying that the margin that the post office was making so small, it was almost not worth it to run, or that they were losing like 15 cents on every delivery. It was something. You can look it up. What if the next president comes in and say, you know what, it's not worth us running on Sunday for Amazon. We're Xing it. Then what? Don't think that this Amazon, United States Postal Service thing can last forever. It can end at any point. The margin is very small, and there's already been, one president that was talking about, like, man, it ain't worth it. So, Dina, what's going on?
Hey, we're here.
How you
Chilling
doing?
after work. I'm good.
All
How
right.
are you?
I'm blessed. I can't complain.
Amen. Yeah, we're still doing IKEA. And I know
IKEA?
actually I know someone who does it by himself.
Oh, God bless him. God bless him. You know what I'm saying? But it might one day he might run into an issue where he might get something that he might not do by himself. That's risky. You know what I'm saying?
Um,
So
mhm.
God
But
bless him though.
like you said, IKEA is not that bad. You know, we don't have a lot of like fridge or appliances. Like mostly it's just, you know, stuff that anybody can carry. I mean, strong men can carry.
Yeah, yeah. IKEA was probably my most for furniture, the easiest account I
Yeah.
ever had as far as furniture is concerned because the stuff is light, it's broken down because you gotta
Mhm.
assemble most of it. So it's
Yeah.
not high liability driven like some of these appliance accounts like your Lowe's or your Home Depot. So yeah, it's a good account to have. It's actually the account that really took me to the next level. So
Yeah. Yeah. Just
yeah,
wanted to say hi, and if you anyone wants to get in for, a strong man, I recommend a very strong man can do IKEA.
yeah.
But
You said a very strong man or not a very strong
yeah.
man can do
Oh,
IKEA?
very strong, very strong.
Also,
Because
you
I've
said the
seen.
stuff is heavy,
I mean, they have some stuff that's over 76 pounds,
but that's light
and
to a man. That's light to me. I
I've
mean, you're
seen
a
men.
woman, but see, you're a woman. You do IKEA, right?
Yeah,
But see, you're a woman, so 76 pounds.
and I've seen men struggle. They were like, "Oh, I want
Listen,
to help you," and then they were like, "I can't." Like, I'm like,
IKEA
"Oh,
is for a weak man. IKEA is easy for a weak man. You're a woman, so 76 pounds to you is maybe heavy. Weak man can do 76. Like
I've seen men who
listen,
cannot. They cannot lift it."
if I'm running my business, I would send
Hmm.
if I and if I had three crews, I had a top tier crew, a middle crew,
Yeah,
and a bottom crew. The bottom crew like sucks. Like whatever I put them on, they got claims. I know they're going to damage something. I would feel comfortable putting my bottom crew on
yeah,
IKEA because
yeah,
like
definitely.
in order to get a claim on IKEA, like you really got to be retarded. You gotta be retarded. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just being honest. I'm keeping it 1,000 with you. You can't really mess this account up. You know what I'm saying? Like Lowe's, Home Depot, those accounts are high liability driven. You have to
Yeah.
expect that eventually you're gonna nick a wall, you're gonna scratch a floor, things are gonna happen on those accounts. I understand that. I
Hmm.
expect it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But IKEA, that's just like how do you nick a wall with a mattress? It's like one of those type of things. Like if a customer says, "Man, you guys damaged my wall," and I'm like, "Well, we only delivered a mattress. How did they scratch your wall?" And you send me this picture. There's no way they did this with a mattress. No, we're
Yeah.
not. We're gonna fight this claim. Like
Yeah.
IKEA is one of those accounts. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah. That's
yeah,
true. That's
yeah,
true.
yeah. But everything's going good with you. I'm glad the IKEA account is working out for you guys.
And yes, it is. Thank God.
Yeah, you guys
Thank
making good
God.
money.
I mean, from what I was making, I mean, it's decent. It's not big money, but it's decent.
It's decent. And see, that's
Yeah.
what I like to hear. It's decent. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's decent. Now imagine making that money times 6 trucks.
Yeah. Can't wait to be there.
You'll
I
get there.
swear.
You'll get there. You'll get there
Yeah.
soon enough. But thanks for checking in.
Yeah, that's it. Hi.
Don't get
And I love what you do. It's really, really informative and very good. Keep
I
doing it.
appreciate you. I thank you. I appreciate you. People like you that let me know this is what keeps me going. Like I don't get paid, to do this. I don't my channel
Yeah.
isn't even monetized. And I'm up for monetization. I just haven't finished the process. But I appreciate you when you people tell me stuff like that. That's what
Yeah.
motivates me to
Yeah. Keep
keep
doing it. We love you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you. Be
Bye.
safe out here. You in Chicago, right?
Yes, I'm
Be safe
here.
out here. It's getting dark. Get home safe.
Okay, bye.
All right. Be careful.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let me get back to these questions. Did I answer this one? Okay, I answered that one. Is final amount still a good market to invest in? Yeah, as long as you have. I mean, everything is going to be hard. Nothing is going to be easy. The cost of entry and just entering this space now is. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's a lot harder now to enter it than when I entered it in 2010. You got there's a lot of things are changing in the world. Things are higher now, and even on the labor side, just keeping employees now is hard because there's so many opportunities for people to make money. There's so many opportunities for people to make money. People can just roll over and download a few apps, and they can look at 5, 6, 7 apps and choose which one they want to make money on. Or they can turn them all on, and whichever one dings. I know people that do TaskRabbit, Thumbtack, Amazon Flex, Uber, and they got them all running. Whichever dings, they cut the other ones off. They got an app that automatically cuts the other ones off while you go do that one. You know, they got an app that kind of houses all those gig apps, and you turn them all on. And then when one goes off and you accept one, the app automatically cuts the other ones off until that task on that app is complete. Like, I know people that are professional gig workers. So even with that in mind, you know, it's kind of difficult to find people to work and keep people. So it just being a business person in any industry now is a little bit difficult. But if you come into the game, like I always say, if you come into the game, you have a strong business plan. You have to have a business plan. You have to have a plan A, and if plan A doesn't work, you have to have a plan B. And if plan B doesn't work, you have to have a plan C. So as long as you got a strong business plan, you come in, you understand the margins in this industry are small. You don't jump out the window with a lot of high overhead, and you're willing to work very hard and do whatever it takes to get your business to the next level, then I think you'll make it. So yes, I think it's still good. I think it's still good to get in as long as you have an open mind and a great solid business plan coming in the door. Are you running over the road? Yeah. Yeah, you run a 26-foot box truck. You got a DOT. Yes, you're gonna need that. You're welcome. They do, but I know it's before it was Amazon to Amazon for the contracts. You talking about the hold on, let me go back and see who this is. Okay, I was curious about if the load board would be available to do the short term. They do, but I noticed it was Amazon to Amazon for the contract. You talking about the short term contracts on the relay side, right? Do you think it's worth running hazmat in a box truck? But I hear your insurance be a lot. Yeah, your insurance is gonna be a lot more, a whole lot more, because the liability is higher. Liability is higher. It's gonna be a whole lot more. Does Acuity insure box trucks for general liability? Well, when you have a box truck, that's not considered general liability. That's considered commercial auto. So you need three. You need general liability, you need commercial auto, and you need cargo. General liability, I have Acuity for my general liability. Acuity for general liability covers something if, let's say, my truck uh, is backing into a loading dock and the truck is 13.6, but the dock is 13 feet and it tears the dock awning off. General liability will cover that. Will cover the awning if I were to go through insurance, or if I'm doing a delivery and let's say they scratch the floor, we send a person out and they say, you know what, man, we're gonna, in order for this to look right, these hardwood floors, we just can't fix that little area. It's gonna look different from the rest. We gotta redo the whole floor in the whole house so that the floor is even, and it's gonna cost $6,000. Um, and we went through the general liability would cover that. Commercial auto is for the truck, it's for the vehicle. I use Acuity for general liability. As far as if Acuity does commercial auto, I'm not sure. Because I've always had them for my general liability. My broker handles all that. He tells me, look, this is what the rates are, and I just go with it. But yeah, general Acuity is general liability for the matter of fact. Hold on, I actually was just looking at my renewal thing right here for Acuity. Give me 1 second. I can let you know something right now. Hold on. I thought I had it. I just was looking at my Acuity. Hold on, Acuity. All right, Acuity. Uh, this renewal policy continues the business covered under Acuity commercial package policy by. See, yeah, my broker handles all this stuff. But if you need the number for Acuity to contact, I know they're gonna send you through a broker. Here's the number. You can set it up. I don't know if you see that. Call them and maybe they can forward you a broker. I don't know what market you're in. 800-242-7668. Because I just went through my renewal. So this is the new packet for my Acuity. Yeah. How many trucks to start with? One. I mean, you can start with as many as you want, but I mean, I think it's easier to master one truck and then expand. You start too many, and I'm just gonna be honest. Every it's different for everybody. But here's the thing, and I actually did a video about this. Don't not scaling too fast, too soon. Everybody that I know that jumped out the window, right? That jumped out the window and jumped out the window with 4 trucks, they failed. They failed. Now, I'm not saying everybody would fail if they jumped in the game with 4 trucks, 5 trucks, 10 trucks. But everybody I know that jumped out the window with multiple trucks, they failed because they jumped out with all those trucks for all the wrong reasons. You know, just mastering one truck is a feat. It's even harder now, it's hard. I know people that bought a truck. I know a bunch of people that bought 4 people that bought trucks in the last 2 years, and all of them failed. They bought one truck, but they all bought it for an extra stream of revenue. These people all have careers, and they heard all the noise about the box truck industry, and they wanted to buy a truck, and they thought it would be simple as finding a driver. Some never found a driver. One of the young ladies, she actually found a driver. He worked a week and quit, and she found another driver like a month later. He worked 2 days and quit, and the truck is just sitting. So mastering one truck now, um it's kind of it's not as easy as it used to be. So I think you should start with one truck, learn the game, master it, you know what I'm saying, and then allow that truck to build your feet. Let one truck buy the next, let that truck buy the next. I don't think it would be wise, in my personal opinion, to jump out the gate with multiple trucks in today's time. But to each his own. Peace from Virginia Beach. Peace, 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 peace from Chicago. Do you pay for insurance with IKEA? Do I pay for insurance with IKEA? No, you pay insurance through your insurance package, your general liability, your commercial auto, and your cargo. Now, whatever logistics company you're running through, they're gonna want you to add them to the policy as additionally insured. All right. So in case anything happens, it's going to indemnify them from any liability. They're going to want to be on that policy as additionally insured. That's going to be one of the requirements that they're going to probably, make you do prior to onboarding you. They're going to want that COI, and they're going to send you something to send to your broker and send to your insurance to add them as additionally insured to indemnify them. They don't want to get sued. Anything can happen out there when you're doing those deliveries, and they don't want to be held liable for it. So your insurance is going to cover them. You're going to add them to your insurance as additionally insured. You're welcome. I mean gas. Hold on. Do you pay for? Oh, you meant do I pay for? Do you pay for gas? Yeah, you're a contractor. You're a contractor. You pay for everything. Heck yeah, you pay for gas. You pay for everything. Ain't nobody gonna pay for no gas. You a contractor. You your own boss. So when you're your own boss, hey, you your own boss. So you gotta pay the cost. You gotta pay the cost to be the boss. More money in final mile or middle mile? Man, that depends. I made my money in final mile. Um, you know, I think um I think it all depends. I'm sure that there are people out there that are running fleets of trucks and middle mile that are checking the bag. I made my money in middle mile. I think it's probably even. Obviously, final mile. Um, you're gonna have a little bit more. Well, I can't even say you're gonna have a little bit more overhead. The reason I was gonna say that is because you're going to have a minimum of two guys on the truck for final mile versus middle mile. But with final mile, you're operating in a smaller coverage. Most final mile routes, and in my case, are about 50 miles, 75 miles. But there are routes that are stretching out further. Um, Versus middle mile, the truck is running further. So where you're compensating, I guess, on the middle mile side for one less person, you're losing that in fuel versus the final mile. They're running in a shorter area, right? So they're burning less fuel, but that's being replaced with the extra body that's on the truck. Um, Final mile, middle mile, final mile, you have contracts. Now, these contracts, they pay, different depending on what you're doing. And it also depends on the leverage that you have. Obviously, these appliance contracts pay a little bit better than like an IKEA contract, right? Because the appliance contract is a lot more liability. So when you're talking about these Lowe's, you're talking about these Home Depots, you're talking about 750, and that's on the low side. You're really not leaving that dock with a 750 route. You're leaving that route with at least $1,000 or more, right? But with those appliances, it's a lot more work. You can make more money on a daily basis with guaranteed work for the long term with final mile, but it's a lot more strenuous work and it's a little bit more liability driven versus the middle mile. You kind of can't. You can get claims on any side, but it's a lot less likely that you're going to get a claim um, on the middle mile side because you're running dock to dock versus doing 18 stops, let's say, and you got a $3,000 Samsung knock screen refrigerator that's $3,200. So a person scratched that coming through the door. A person who's not trained well drops it. I put up a blooper video about a month or so ago, and these guys didn't work for me. These are just videos I pulled off the internet. And you got guys that are dropping $3,000 French door refrigerators. So that somebody's got to pay for that refrigerator. Samsung ain't gonna pay for it. They're gonna put it on a logistics company, JB Hunt or XPO or whoever, right? XPO is going to pass it down to the contractor. And as the contractor, you determine if you're going to charge it to your crew. And if you own the truck and you were one of the guys carrying it, then ultimately you're going to have to eat that. So versus middle mile, you don't see a lot of liability. It's not a high liability driven thing because, like I said, you're going dock to dock. I made my money in final mile. Um, So, to each his own. I guess it depends on what you want to do. I know I could make money in most, but I made my money in final mile. I had a lot of people to employ. Um, and to me, final mile was just, and I had a warehouse. So it was just conducive for me because I got freight middle mile to me when I had the nonstop contract, they would middle mile me all that freight. So that kind of cut my costs down a lot too, because now I had a plethora of contracts that got middle mile to me and we would just final mile it from my warehouse. So it's to each his own. It all depends on your situation and um, what you got going on, but you can make a lot of money in both as long as you got a strong business plan. But do you think it's worth running hazmat as far as the pay and the work availability? Me, I'm not touching hazmat. I try to keep my liability down. It all depends on you. To me, I see. I really can't even answer that question. Because me, I'm not touching hazmat. I don't want the endorsement. I don't want the liability. I don't want the cost of the insurance. I don't even want to. I don't even want to touch it. And that's like what I was saying on the last live stream. I'm content with making a little bit of money, the little bit of money I make provides a comfortable lifestyle. Like you you got to see how much money you want to really make in this. I know everybody wants to maximize their earning potential, but sometimes, the liabilities that's associated with maximizing your earning potential, and sometimes the overhead cost that comes with maximizing your earning potential, you have to look at it and see, man, you know what, is it really worth it? Is it really worth me paying X amount more dollars just to make this little bit more money? You know what I'm saying? So, um, me personally, hazmat, no interest in it. No interest at all. I'm If you're looking to rent a truck before you buy, I will let you rent my box truck. There you go, Adam. I have my 26-foot box truck sitting ready to make money. Okay. How do you feel about renting a box truck, getting into the business? They quoted me a rate of $700 per week at 21 cents a mile. Well, 700 a week compared to some of the other rates that I've been hearing people are paying is, I guess, it's pretty good. It's kind of high in my opinion. I've never paid, the times that I've needed to rent a truck, extra truck for whatever reason, more than 450, 500, 10 cents a mile for a 26-foot box truck. And that included 1,000 miles. So 700 compared to some other quotes that I know people said they're paying, I guess it's fair. I know people have told me they're paying 35 cents a mile. Got some people that said paying 1,100, 1,200, $1,500 deposit a week, $1,800 deposit a week, 900, 1,000. So 700 is on the lower end to some of the quotes that some of my subscribers are paying, but even if you accept that rate quote, do they have a truck for you? That's the big question. Do they have a truck? You know, from what I called one place just to do, I was working on a video. I don't think I'm gonna put it out. I called a bunch of rental truck places just to get the reactions. And one company said they haven't had a truck in a year. They said that people refuse to bring it back. They just keep paying every week. They said they haven't seen none of their rental trucks in over a year because they say they know if they bring it back, they're never going to see that truck again, and they're going to be without a truck. So they're PMing them out of their own pocket. They're doing any and everything they can to not bring that truck back. She said we haven't had a rental truck in a year, and I might put that video out. Shirley Ross trying to get her truck rented. That's what I'm talking about. Shirley, I'm in Los Angeles. Where you located? Yeah, you can rent. You can rent to begin, but I mean, you got to find a truck, Adam. Like, you got to find a truck. Like, you have to find a truck. So you find a truck, you can get started, but you got to find a truck. Mississippi. Ryder charged me $2,500 a week based out of New Orleans. See what I'm saying? $2,500 a week she was paying to rent a box truck. So I mean, the rates are ridiculous depending on what market you're in and a bunch of other things. So, uh, what will the cost of insurance be with all these companies' insurance? That all depends. Depends on a plethora of things. Depends on your motor vehicle report, right? The history of it. Depends on your age. Depends on your location. Depends on where you're going to park the truck. Depends on a lot of things. Your business. So I really can't give you a solid answer on that because each situation is going to be different. It's going to have a different answer for that. No, I don't. I don't have any factoring companies that I recommend. I don't, me personally, I don't factor. I don't factor. I was paying $550 a week, 15 cents a mile with budget. Then they changed it one week to 918 cents a mile. Shaking my head. I bought one after. Right. So his 550 a week, 15 cents a mile. That's a great rate. You know, that's a great rate. But then they went up because they knew they could, and that's what's going on right now. Yeah, budget in Los Angeles has 2 trucks. My authority goes active in 6 days, so I'm on the move now. So you're headed to Los Angeles to get a truck? Go to the link. Anybody want to come on? They go to the link. Just drop the link. So you're headed to LA to get a truck? They said they got 2 at what rate did they give you? What rate did they give you? You weren't the 2,500 a week, were you? Oh no, here you are. 700 per week, 21 cents a mile. Yeah, I guess that's rate a good compared to some of these other rates that people are getting. Yeah, $2,500 a week on a rental truck is expensive. I don't know why they're charging her $2,500 a week, but you know what? Rider is the most expensive anyway. Anything with rider is going to be expensive. So 2,500. I hope you didn't. I hope you didn't rent that truck for 2,500 a week. So they ripped you off. Penske and Jax. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? I'm okay.
I'm doing pretty good. So I just wanted to come on and say, hey, and I've been watching for a while, but I have 2 trucks. I have a box truck and I have my own 18 wheeler. So when plan A and B family didn't work, I went back to my 18 wheeler that's making me money. I'm at work right now. But I was telling people in the chat, like if they wanted to rent the truck, I have my truck active on Coop by Rider. It's like $111 a day, but I'm willing to do like deals outside of that. Because when I started with Rider in New Orleans, and they charged me like $2,500 a week, and I hadn't even like stopped working in my big truck, so I was just paying money, and I hadn't even used the truck yet. So I was paying $2,500 a week. I picked up the truck in New Orleans,
Uh-huh.
and they were charging me like astronomical prices.
For the rider truck.
For Rider, yes.
But you
20
own you own your own box truck now,
my
right?
own, well, before I got my box truck, because that was not available. Before I got my own box truck, I was still working in my 18 wheeler, which is where I'm at now. But
So you got a
um,
CDL.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
let me ask you this.
Hmm.
This is great. So you got a CDL.
Uh huh.
What made you want to buy a box truck?
Well, originally my family was going to like do it,
Mm-hmm.
but Amazon, where I live down
Mm-hmm.
south, Amazon was not paying that much, and
Mm.
I didn't really have time to like go out on the road and train them. For like my brothers and stuff. So they're like in college and stuff. So I didn't really have time to train them. But they did Amazon, which was fine, but it just wasn't enough money. I was putting out too much money. Like I'm doing now, I'm really back in my truck. I'm really paying expenses on my insurance, the box truck payment, and plus my own expenses. So, it's really a lot.
So you bought the box truck to kind of help your family,
Yeah,
start a family
pretty much.
business,
Yeah.
and
Hmm.
and y'all wanted to do Amazon, and just the Amazon, the margin
Amazon
ain't
was
there.
Yeah, automobile, it was not working.
Mhm,
It wasn't working at all. We were having hold on, I'm sorry guys.
mhm,
We were it just I was like spending more money in fuel. Of course, fuel had went up. I was spending more money in fuel.
mhm,
Then we didn't have no route coming back. So like we would drive, get a load from there, stack up the truck all the way from the front to the back, get all the way to Florida, wherever we delivered to. Then you got to deadhead all the way back and wait till
mhm,
the next night, to get loaded with Amazon.
mhm. Well, you in South Carolina, right?
New Orleans, Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Yeah, I just went on and did it right now. Everything's good. I am so sorry, guys.
But you said you would send your truck to Florida sometimes.
Well, I would get Amazon loads. So I was out of Mobile, Alabama. I live in
Mhm.
Mississippi, but I was out of Alabama, Mobile. That's where the Amazon was at in Mobile, Alabama.
'Cause
And
uh-huh.
we used to go to Florida, like down in like Panama City, Churchill, like go down that way towards Florida. So
You
yeah,
know,
it's like a
ain't nothing coming out of Florida.
nothing coming out of Florida. Nothing. Nothing.
So, so what are your plans now to do with the box truck? You gonna sell it?
If somebody want to buy it.
What do you want to sell it for?
I gotta look at. We gotta look at the price. We can.
You
I mean,
said
somebody.
what you want to sell it for?
Well, right now, to be honest, when I did the buyout, the people said 76,000 if because it's a penalty if you pay early. Yes,
What
but
year
other
did
than
you
that,
buy? What year did you buy? How much did you pay for it?
it is a 2015. It only had 200,000 miles, but
Okay.
what I purchased it for was 56,000. But the bank that I'm with, if you, I guess, do an early buyout or whatever, they sent me like 76,000. So I have to wait the full year to pay the monthly payment.
Oh, so you just bought it this year?
Yeah, I just brought it this year. Yep, the beginning of this year. Yep. Yeah, that's high, and I'm paying for that. I'm paying my insurance. I'm paying my own. I got my truck. I got to be out here working because my box truck is just sitting looking pretty.
Yeah, I hope you're able to rent it to somebody.
So
On
I
Coop.
was bringing on Rada. I had somebody I was renting to, but they had just kind of returned it. I had worked them a deal outside of Rada too, because they couldn't afford the Rada price. But which I understood. I mean, because I was paying 2,500, so I understood. But yeah, it's crazy. And Amazon is not even putting out that kind of money that you really got in debt for. So.
You know, some people, I know some people know how to make money on Amazon.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people don't, because I know this because I do a lot of coaching, and the people who buy the mentorship is always Amazon. Now, I'm not saying Amazon is bad, but I'm glad somebody came on and kind of, you got to kind of really know how to work Amazon, and you got to be in the right markets.
You have to be in the right market, and I have to move. I would have to move to go and do that. And right now, I'm already on the road, so I can't really be just leaving here trying to take care of that. Hey, Rico.
Yeah,
How
man.
you doing? But yeah, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm at work, but if you give me 5 minutes, I'll come back on live. I gotta go move my trailer, so I'll call you guys back.
All right.
Okay.
Well, there you go, guys. So she has a truck, is not doing anything, and she wants to rent it. So if anybody is interested in renting her truck, I'm sure she'll be back. I don't know if she dropped her information in the chat earlier, but I saw her working a number earlier trying to rent it. So she'll be back. And if anybody's looking for a truck, she got a truck for rent that's just sitting, 26-foot box. I think she said it was a Freightliner, 2015. But she'll be back. We have budget here as well. I live in Los Angeles. Yeah, well, if you see that truck for that rate, why are you still single? You probably want to go ahead and get that one. $450 and 12 cents a mile. That's a great rate. That's almost as good as the rate that I get with Enterprise. I doubt if I get that rate if we needed an extra truck now, but that's my rate. Probably won't get that rate because my Enterprise rep, she finally left Enterprise, so I probably won't get that rate anymore. I got 500 week 18 cent a mile with budget. Y'all think I can make profit going OTR with a good dispatch in place? 500 a week, 18 cent a mile. Yeah, you can make some money at that. You're just gonna have to work. As long as you don't mind working and driving and going over the road, you're gonna make you some money. I will rent it. Yeah, Shirley got a truck for you to rent. Why are you still single? Let her know I will rent it. Email me. She said she'll be back on. She gotta go move her trailer. But she said she'll be back on. So I'm sure she'll rent it. She said she's renting it on Coop, and whoever was renting that 26-foot from her before or just recently, they just recently returned it, so it's just sitting right now. So she said Amazon just didn't work in her market for Mobile, Alabama. That's just great. I'm glad she came on because I didn't get a lot of flack, but some people, they challenged what I was saying. And this is just prime example of a person in a smaller market that went out and invested in the business, invested in a truck just to do Amazon Relay. She invested in a truck so that her family can do it. And Amazon Relay didn't work in her market. She was operating at a loss. So this is what that video I put out is what it was talking about. I don't think, like she said, her situation didn't allot for her family members to go to a larger market and do it because they were in college or whatever. But that's prime example of what I was talking about in that video. Now, if she bought that truck in that small market, and let's say the family member she bought that truck for didn't have like a college obligation, they weren't in school, then she probably would have had to say, look, y'all gonna have to go up to Chicago, or y'all gonna have to go over maybe to Houston or maybe Atlanta or whatever, a larger market. When she looked on that board and said, y'all gonna have to work, I'm gonna put you in a hotel room, but this truck got to make money because I got the note. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad she came on and she said that. That just further reiterates what I was talking about in the video. So, any more questions? I know everybody wants her truck. She'll be back on. She said when she moves her trailer, she got a 26-foot box truck for rent for I think she said $111 a day. I think she said she'll go down. So, any more questions? Questions? Amazon questions? Let me put that link on again before she come back on. Go to the link if you want to come on. Did I miss a question? I think I saw a question about Amazon. Amazon Home. Just going back through it. I just dropped the link if anybody else want to come on. Do you need an EDL? What are you doing? That all depends on what you're planning on doing. You going OTR? Yeah, you're gonna need a ELD. You're gonna need an ELD. You said you're getting a 26 footer. You're going to LA right now to get the 26 footer for like what, 750, 21 cents a mile. So you're gonna need one. Why are you single? You're gonna need one. You're gonna need one. Make sure I covered everything real quick, and then I'm probably gonna end it when she come back on and talk about this truck and this Amazon stuff. If there ain't no more questions, I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of there. Get up out of here. Box truck business. I know it was a lot of questions on insurance tonight. I hope I answered all. If I missed one, make sure you put it in the chat so I can answer it again. Any Amazon questions, make sure you put it in the chat so I can answer it. I think before she came on, we was talking about the post office and Amazon. I don't know if I finished it, but hold on, let me go see what the question was. And then I'll probably remember where I left off at. This was before she came on. Hold on. This has been a great live. Thank you for all the great information. I appreciate you for watching. What market you in? Where you at? Where you running? Final mile or middle mile for the love of Lily? Well, if you're gonna rent from her, you probably renting from her is probably gonna be your better bet. You probably gonna come out cheaper, even at the $111 a day. I don't know what she's charging per mile, but I know you'll probably come out cheaper because she said she's willing to work with you off the app, off Coop. So if she work with you off Coop, that's gonna be better for her because I know riders gotta take their cut. So that might be your best bet. All right, but I'm trying to find, somebody had a question about the post office. Amazon and the post office. And I don't know if I answered it all the way because she came on and I brought her on. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Where's that question at? I don't see it anymore. But if that was your question, I didn't answer it. Feel free to ask it again, and I'll catch it. It's just the chat. I've scrolled. I can't find it. Emperor Facebook attention carries Amazon has decided to announce that will be launching short-term contract for box trucks in the coming months. Where you see this at, Emperor? Oh, you were trying to copy and paste it. Is this a Facebook ad or is this something somebody posted? Because Amazon already has short-term contracts. They already have short-term contracts. So I'm just trying to figure out what everybody's talking about as far as these whatever new short-term contracts or whatever is going on. Let me see. Okay, Amazon site to announce that we will be short-term for box trucks. They already got short-term contracts, unless they're restructuring it. And see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They could be restructuring it. This is something that somebody got emailed in a Facebook group that I'm in. Okay. Did it have the Amazon letterhead? Did they just copy and paste, or did they copy the whole thing? Is it on the Amazon letterhead? I'm curious to know, because they may just be restructuring it, like how they restructured the DSP program a few years back. So I'm curious to know what this restructuring entails. All right, any more questions? I know a lot of some people are holding on for Shirley to come back because she wants to rent that truck. So I'll keep it open until she comes back. Nice work, man. Lots of good information. Just starting out and looking to get some help starting a one truck operation with a 50-50 partner. Pocket, are you driving the truck? You and your partner are going to be the driver? Are you guys doing middle mile? Are you guys doing final mile? Appreciate you watching. Appreciate if you're subscribed. Appreciate you subscribing as well. Appreciate you joining the chat tonight as well. But let me know if you're planning on getting in on the middle mile, final mile side, and if you're going to be driving, you and your partner are going to be driving. Final mile. So basically, you're going to get a contract, and then you and your partner are going to work that contract together every day. Pocket. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Restructuring it. See what I'm saying? That's what I be saying. Amazon has it, and I'm not, and don't get this wrong. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? But Amazon has a history of restructuring. That company, they're on a quest to be the best. So I don't, you can't really knock it, but you got to look at the company. Like, they have a history of doing this. At any given moment, if they see they can cut costs in any way possible, and they have whatever infrastructure in place that when they cut this cost here, they can pick up and go forward there, then that's what they're going to do. And they don't care who gets left behind. They've done it before. So just be prepared. It may work in people's favor, though. I haven't seen this letter that I keep hearing about. I haven't seen it. It may work in some people's favor. It may work against some people. So all I'll be telling people is just to be prepared. You know what I'm saying? They're a company and they want to make money. I'm driving. Oh, you're driving? So then your partner is going to be the helper, because final mile is going to require at least 2 people on the truck, right, Pocket? You know that, right? I'm going to stay on until she get back. I'll keep it open until she get back. I know you want that truck. Bro, let me cash app you. This has been a great live. If you want, I mean, you can. I'll put the cash app up. Here she go.
Oh, hey
They've been,
guys,
wait,
I'm
they've been
back.
waiting on you. They've been waiting
Oh
on you.
yeah,
They want that
I
truck.
had to unhook. Yeah, I had to unhook, and I'm back at work. But yeah, they can email me. I put my email in there, and I'm willing to rent and like, work a deal for real. So I mean, I know everybody else charge my like per mile. I wouldn't do my. I just give you a flat rate, and you just pay me weekly. But it'll be contract notarized. I do straight business. I don't play no games. You got to be like, I'm checking your insurance, making your insurance, making sure your insurance is active. I'm doing everything. It's going to be just like that, but it's not going to be like how when we have to go through another party, we can just do business amongst us. So that's what I'm looking for.
So there you go, guys. You said you'll put your email. Wait, how'd you say you want them to get in contact with you?
They can contact me on my email. I'll put it in your chat, but it's info at Ross ROSS logistics LLC.com.
Let me find it and then I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay, I can resend it. I think.
Yeah, resend it and I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay.
I'll help you get some money and help somebody need a truck.
Yeah, I'm willing to like work out a deal, like, because that's what I did with my last guy. We met through Coop by Ryder, and after he couldn't afford, because he spent out a lot of money that he gave me, and he didn't even have it for like, I think he had it for like 2 weeks, and they charged him a lot of money. But you put your rate up there, but they have to get their money on the back end. So after he finished rent, he still needed the truck. So I worked him out a deal. We did a notary. We did straight business. And he paid me good. He rented it for like a month straight after we did Coop by Ryder. So.
And what happened then?
He was waiting on his truck to get repaired and fixed. So he already had like 2 box trucks.
Okay.
And he was trying to buy that one, but the deal, and y'all got to be careful on, like, when you be buying these trucks, don't be operating out of desperation. Do not be just like, oh, I got to get a box truck don't do that. Because, like, now I'm paying out of pocket. I'm not saying that I operated out of desperation, but the money I had, I could have just really let it sit. Like, you know what I'm saying? The money I had for that, I could have just let it sit and did some different things. I mean, but I got 2 trucks. It's working. I just don't want to keep going in my pocket paying for a business that's supposed to be already making money. So,
it was a learning lesson.
It definitely was.
You can't fault yourself, but I'm glad you came on, because when I be telling people this stuff, I think, because see, it was just so many fake gurus the last 2 years.
So when I come on people
speaking from a different perspective than a lot of other people and telling the truth, it's like I get challenged.
Lashed. You sure do.
I always get lashed. I think I just get challenged, But like I've been doing this since 2010. I understand that when I came in, it was different. The cost of entry was way lower. But I try to reiterate to people over and over again that the margins in this business are very, very, very small. I mean, you operate on CDL level, so you really understand this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The margins are very small. So coming in at this higher cost of entry now, you know what I'm saying? These companies, they don't raise their rates because the trucks rental are higher, the trucks to buy are higher. If fuel goes up, the rates is the rate.
And let me be honest with y'all. Let me tell y'all something. The price that they just try to quote me. So I brought the truck for $56,000, but like I said, it seems like it's a penalty to buy it out early. So he said it's like $76,000, but it'll be $56,000 if I pay the whole, for the whole year. But let me tell you guys, the truck that I'm in, this 18-wheeler that I've been had, this 18-wheeler is cheaper than my box truck. I paid $46,000 for this box truck, for this 18-wheeler. My box truck is higher.
Mm-hmm.
Then I had to put a significant amount down on the box truck. So, guys, just be careful when you're doing business. So it's just how they price gouge on how can a box truck be way more than an 18-wheeler with a sleeper?
I think all the trucks now, because the scarcity of trucks now, used trucks are just high. The manufacturing is still not at full pace as it was prior to the pandemic because of the global chip shortage. And from my research, because I'm actually working on a video for this, my research that I've been doing, it shows that chip shortage is it's not gonna, it's not even going to be close back to like the way it was until at least 2024. And
You know what?
they're saying a lot of dealerships, they're used to the way it is now. They say even if when it does go back to normal, they're not gonna place orders for all these trucks and cars on their lot because they've already adjusted to a per order basis. They say if people are gonna come in and just order the cars, that means we don't have to have a lot full of trucks tying up all this money. We can sell a car off a sheet and send it, build it out, and we make money. And when
that's what they're doing.
We'll send it to you.
That's exactly what they're doing. Cause I mean, look, it's a game. Like it's really, this whole transportation industry is a game, and you really have to know the play. You can't just be hopping in here and like, like if I didn't have a plan B, I mean, I can literally run my truck myself, but it made more sense for me to be here doing what I'm doing now. So, I mean, it's just, you guys got to be careful. Just don't be operating out of desperation. Don't be just like, oh, Amazon, try other stuff. Even though I tried the low board, and the low board was playing games too. They was one of them people, I think it was TQL. They try to tell me to do a load for $700 for 750 miles. Wouldn't negotiate on the price. I forget where I was going. I was like, I will not, like, I'm delivering for free. Don't deliver for free. And that's how I feel with Amazon, definitely in the area where I was based out of. It felt like I was just delivering their product for free. Because I was going from, I can't really give you the miles because I can't really think of it, but it was like me going from Mobile, Alabama to Panama City, Florida. But it will only pay you like $396. That's one way. You got to already unload the truck. Some of them had 2 and 3 stops. So you was doing too much work and the pay wasn't enough. Fuel is high, then you got to fill up. So it was just a lot. So, but it was a good trial and error to see, what you would do and what you won't do. But just be careful, guys. Don't be like hopping into stuff.
Did you think about running Final Mile with your truck?
So Final Mile is me finding drivers, guys, people who really want to work, that's what I'm looking for. Like me finding people who want to work, and, people don't really want to be away from home. People are like,
that's what Final Mile is local.
They local. Okay. Well,
Final Mile is just like getting a contract and having them do Final Mile home delivery.
Okay. Well, if you find somebody, I ain't found nobody.
I thought you said your nephews. You bought the truck so your nephews could work, right?
They're in college for my brother. Yeah, they're in college, and he can do Amazon. Amazon will work, but it's how he's in school. So it was him and my other brother. But
so was this something that you initiated to do for them, or is this something they said, hey, sis, man, help me start this business because you give me a truck and you got the truck?
No, I initiated it for them with the regards of it getting bigger, like that they would be able to handle it and do it. But then once I saw how much money I had to put out, like even trying to pay them, it wasn't even enough to pay them. I had to keep going in this pocket to pay them.
So the margin was that you didn't even have a margin, basically.
You didn't even have a margin. I'm telling you, like
you were operating at a loss.
Operating at a loss. Yeah, that's what it was. Operating at a loss. And then I have Progressive. So it was, you had to have the $1 million.
You had Progressive. You had Progressive.
Okay, I still have them. Had to have the $1 million insurance. So it was charging me like $1,200 just for me by myself. Then to put them on insurance, it went up. And then, so after I put my truck on Coupe by Rider, I didn't have to have that high insurance. I would guess it's called general liability or whatever, just as long as my truck is covered. Because I'm not really driving it. I'm letting other people drive it. So I pay like $700 a month versus I was paying $1,200 a month.
You got to get away from Progressive. Were you on the live when I was talking about Progressive, or did you miss that part?
I kind of came in on that part, and then you were saying something about Acuity or something.
Yeah. So basically,
so
you don't have a broker. You don't have a broker, right?
I was doing everything on my own, and I had a mentor for Amazon, but
So with the truck you own, who you have? OIDA for your truck? You got
Mhm.
OIDA, right?
Yeah, yeah,
All right,
yeah,
so see,
yeah.
see,
That's what
this
I
is
went through everything with.
you got the game down for the trucking. That's why I knew I said she a trucker. She got to have OIDA. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I got them. Yeah,
But,
yeah.
but so you went the cheap route with or the affordable smart route with the with the truck, but you went with progressive
And it was scary. It was like going in my pocket heavy. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. Not with that. It's too much.
yeah, progressive is just and I understand when people are researching they type commercial insurance and progressive is gonna come up. But like, man, there's other cheaper insurances out there. Yeah, you probably gonna have to get a broker or see if OIDA will insure that truck.
Yeah, I need to check with them. I didn't even. So let me tell you, my mentor. I had a mentor out of Atlanta. Because he does box trucks, and he had everything set up. So he basically had like who you go with for the insurance and all that.
And he
So,
told
but
you to go progressive.
that was who he was with, his broker, and they gave me progressive. And then I'm like, my insurance, my record is clean. I'm like over 30 something. So I'm like, what y'all got going on? I'm like, why am I paying
Right.
$1,000 plus? You know, but they were, you know, they got their game sold up. So
This is somebody you saw on YouTube.
he's a YouTuber. But he
I don't
doesn't
even
really
wanna
post that much. He's a YouTuber though, but he had a good little guideline, and I
know.
met him, and it was good, but it was just like the insurance part wasn't hitting
Mm,
for me.
yeah,
It wasn't
yeah.
hitting. Yeah, it was not hitting for me. I was just like, oh wow, yeah. So
So there was no way, no way. So did you take a step back, look at all your overhead, look at what the averages you were making doing Amazon? Did you ever step back and take a look and say, look, where can I cut? I know you went out, you bought the truck, so whatever your finance rate was, your insurance, fuel you really can't control.
hmm
So you didn't try at any point to try to shave down any cost, maybe like an insurance.
so I did do like some other insurances, but they were it was different. It was like they wanted me to do some other stuff. It was like the pricing was a little different. It was cheaper, but it
Mhm.
wasn't that much cheaper. Then, so what I did do, since I am on rider, my truck is on rider, but so I went from paying like 1,200 to like almost 680 to $700 a month right now because I'm not driving a truck. I'm just renting it out. So that was a cost I cut down. Basically, I letting the truck just sit. So I'm kind of cutting in those areas, because I'm not really paying for a driver. I'm not really using fuel, but I'm still paying out of my pocket for the box truck and the insurance. So I'm just leaving it at that right now. So,
Well,
still,
let's see if we can get this truck rented. You sent me the email in the PM. Is it okay if I post it on the screen?
oh yeah. And one of the ladies was saying she'll rent it too. So I got to check my email when we get off the live and
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm
But
gonna
yeah,
go ahead and post it.
yeah, put it. They can look. I will rent it to them, but they got to make sure they got their insurance and like we're doing real legit business, just like they do business with those people. We're doing the
Right.
same thing. Ain't no cutting corners. We straight business people. It's for real. Make sure you have your insurance, your ID, your driver's license. Make sure your stuff up to date. Don't come up in here talking about work with me. You pay them. You got to pay me.
And where's the truck? You said it's in Mobile right now.
No, my truck is in Mississippi. I was hauling out of Mobile for Amazon. But
Okay.
they can go to Coop by Rider to look at the truck. Now I got some pictures from the beginning to right now. They ain't all, but it's a nice truck though. I got plenty of pictures, but it's
It's
on Coop by
it's a
Rider.
Freightliner, right?
Yeah, Freightliner.
2015, right?
2015. It got like 200. It's probably like 200 and I maybe say like 80 miles now, if it's that much. But when I got it, it didn't even have 200,000 miles.
Lift gate.
Live gate. I got a pallet jack. Got straps.
Okay. Well, there you
Yeah.
go, guys. There go her email. She has a 2015 Freightliner with a lift gate that she's willing to rent out at a fair rate. At a fair
Very,
rate with someone
very.
who is looking for a box truck. So it's just sitting right now. It's in Mobile, Alabama, and she's willing to rent it.
Mississippi is in
Oh, it's in
Mississippi.
Mississippi. What part of Mississippi?
Gulfport, Mississippi.
Gulfport, Mississippi. So you're gonna have to, if you're not in Mississippi, you're gonna have to
Gotta catch a flight.
catch a flight. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And what are you looking at on? Are you charging? You're charging a day rate, right? But you're charging also a mile rate as well, right?
I won't charge. So what I'll do is, this is what I did with my last guy. I did him $850 a week, no miles,
Oh, wow,
no miles.
850 a
They,
week,
they
no
was ripping me
miles.
off. They was like ripping me off. They made me pay $2,500. Let me tell you, I rented the box truck in
Mhm.
the beginning of the year from Ryder. I
Okay.
I had to put 2,500 down. Then they charged me $2,500 a week. I hadn't even got with Amazon. Like, I hadn't even started running it because I was still in my truck. And I was like, well, I'm gonna come home and and check it out and see. I hadn't even ran the truck yet, and they were charging me $2,500. It was just sitting. Now, as far as I was under the impression that it was supposed to be $900 a week. Well, whatever they had going on in New Orleans, that wasn't the case. It was $2,500 a week. I hurry up and turned it back in after
And
sitting.
this is where the person you had mentor. This is where they told you to go.
I had registered with Ryder. My phone had went dead. I had registered with Ryder Business, and the guy out here in Georgia, he found me the truck. He was a Ryder, I guess, rep, and I registered my stuff and everything with him. And he was like, "Well, we have a truck in your area, but it's in New Orleans." So I was like, okay, get to New Orleans. They're telling me it's gonna be like 900, but I get there. He's like, gotta put $2,500 down. I was like, okay, cool. That wasn't no big deal.
Mhm.
So I get home, and then the next week, which was Friday, he's like, oh, it's 2,500. And I'm like, no, they said 900. He was like, oh no, ma'am, it's $2,500 a week. He gave me some reason why it was $2,500 a week, and I waited one more week, and after that, I gave it back to him.
So that was $2,500 to rent the truck. What they charge you additional for the miles too?
Additional for miles, and the truck hadn't even went nowhere. And on top of that, I parked at a truck stop close to my house, and somebody ran into the back of it, and now I owe Ryder $1,000. Well, I paid it, but
For the
and I
deductible.
didn't have anything to do with it. Somebody ran into the back of it, and well, in the front of it, like I guess they was trying to park. They hit on the side and then left. They didn't leave their number. They didn't do nothing. So I had to end up paying $1,000. I hadn't even drove the truck. So this is business, guys. If you guys are willing to get in business, you need to have money put aside. You need to have money for stuff you didn't even do. Like, you have to be like all the way ready for this, because this is real.
And
Definitely when you paying, huh?
And that $1,000 was for the deductible.
Deductible. Yep, it was for the deductible. So yeah, it's real.
Wow.
It is, and I hadn't even drove that truck, and they were like, "Yeah, oh, you owe us $1,000 for the deductible." I'm like, somebody hit it, and right, like, I didn't even drive it, but
Right.
it's just so. But yeah.
Man, I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing, but you know what? You just put your boots on and you keep rolling. So I guess that's what I'm doing.
It's a learning experience, but I
It's
think everything's
definitely,
gonna work out with you. You might have bought that truck to have a successful truck rental business.
I
You know,
received it. I definitely received that.
the truck
Yeah,
will probably pay itself off. I mean, with the
that's the point.
scarcity of trucks right now, I don't think there's another YouTuber that I watch, one of the better ones, who kind of he thinks like how I think. I'm not gonna say his name, but he kind of thinks like how I think, and he has a fleet of trucks. And he was running Amazon load boards, and he said he completely switched all his trucks to the rental route. He's renting
Yeah,
all his trucks now.
it's like the best thing to do, because people really want to try it. They want to get in and see if it works. And I feel like, let work with me, and you can try it and see if it works before you go out and purchase your own, and then you'll be stuck
See,
trying to
now
figure it out.
I'm scared to do that because I got trucks sitting, but the reason why I'm scared to do it is because of the market I'm in. The
Yeah,
market I'm in is a rough market. I feel like if I do that in this market and I rent to somebody local, I'll never see that truck again.
you'll never see it again.
I'll
Yeah,
never, which I'm not. I mean, it's business and I got insurance and stuff, but this is like people they'll rent that truck, they'll be moving weight in it, they'll be doing drive-bys out of it. Ain't no telling what they'll be doing.
all
So
kinds of stuff, right? Huh?
right. So I mean, if I was in a smaller market, I had trucks sitting, I would definitely do it. But in this market, I'm kind of
Kind of scared about it. Yeah,
I'm just, what I'm saying, my trucks are sitting because I'm dealing with the employment. I'm dealing with the employment crunch. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So but yeah, man, I think you'll have a successful truck rental business. That guy, that's the other YouTuber that went that model. He said, man, I'm tired of dealing with all the back and forth and all the politics, and he just put all his trucks out. He's renting all his trucks. He says he's making less money. He's still making good money, but it's less
Yep.
headache.
It's less headache. It's less headache. It's less headache. So I mean, that's why I decided I'll just do that. But I mean, it's sitting. So I'd rather for somebody to be renting. And I came across your page probably like 3, 4 weeks ago. So I started following you,
I appreciate
and
it.
and ever since then, I was like, I'm gonna have to get on his live. But every time you be getting on your live and stuff, I'll be already working or doing something. So I'm like, dang, I'll just wait. But today I was sitting in there getting loaded, and I was like, let me get on there. As you saw, everybody kept calling me. But yeah.
I appreciate you for getting on. I appreciate you giving me your, what you went through, your perspective on it, because it's just, I tell people this and I get challenged, but it's the truth, you know what I'm saying? And like I said earlier, I think a lot of people were sold this hopium, on this industry, because they were getting sold this last year when the rates were really, really high. But they were really, really high for a reason. I think people thought that when they came in and those rates were up there, they thought that this is just the way this industry is. But those rates were inflated for a specific reason, and those rates weren't normal. And now that things are back to normal, everybody's like confused and lost because they got stole these dreams. And I keep reiterating, this margins in this business are very, 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 very small.
Super small.
Super small. So if you come into this game and your overhead is really, really high, it's gonna be kind of tough to navigate. So I appreciate you for giving me your perspective and telling us how your I guess endeavor in box trucking went, and I hope a lot of people gain some type of information and knowledge from it. I appreciate you coming
I
on.
hope so. Anytime I see you on, I'll definitely hop on. But
Yeah,
sometimes I just look.
chime in, because I'm gonna get into trucking too. I actually I haven't talked about it yet. I spoke on it briefly last week, but I'm going to drop a video soon. I'm going that lane. I'm going in that lane soon. So I'm gonna actually probably start doing both content, and I'm gonna actually probably show like my journey, because I'm gonna start the trucking business from grassroots, like how I started the box trucking business. Like I'm gonna go to CDL school and everything.
You gotta do everything. I had to go through everything. And I was just saying to my mom, I was like, darn it, why didn't, when I was talking about going to truck driving school years ago, why I didn't think about a box truck? Like I would have probably been like a millionaire 10 times over, like already, like, close to it, I mean, just like, gosh, but
years ago, it was a lot easier. I don't know when you were talking to your mom, what year you were talking about, but like back then, prior to Amazon really scaling, it was people in it, and e-commerce wasn't as big as it is now, but it was a learning curve with a lot of logistics companies, because final mile was a new lane, because e-commerce was booming. 2010, 2011, people were just experimenting with buying stuff online. And I was in during that time, and the logistics companies, they were still trying to figure it out. So they had these big contracts, and they were screwing up, and because they were trying to go through the learning curve, and they were just throwing the money out. They were, man, can you get it done? Man, we giving guarantees. They're not giving those guarantees no more.
No, they're not doing that at all. They're not doing that at all.
So that's why I'm telling people I was able to scale, because I hopped in at a time. A lot of the rates that I was getting back then, they're not going to give you a guaranteed rate. If the freight was low, I was still getting my guarantee. If it was one stop and I had a $600 guarantee, that truck would go do that one stop, and they still had to pay $600. That's unheard of now.
Yeah, they're not doing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not doing that now. When I used to haul gas, they used to give us a guarantee, and
they don't do that no more.
Yeah, they're not doing that. They went to like paying people hourly and stuff. So like, yeah, it used to be. But everything is changing. Just always be open to change. Don't stay stuck, guys, and just take this thing slow. Because let me tell you one thing about business. Their system is to get you in and to get you out. Quick as you start, They trying to get you out. Only the strong gonna survive. So I mean, you guys gotta really think when y'all trying to get in the business because you're watching YouTube and this and that. And they saying, "Oh, do it like this." Use your own judgment. Get advice, but use your own judgment.
Use
So
your
that's
own judgment and feel people out. Feel
yes,
people out. Like,
yes,
don't jump the gun for all the wrong reasons. Really watch people's videos. You can tell if someone really knows this industry. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? You can really tell. And like I tell people, and I don't try to knock nobody, you know what I'm saying? But if you're paying for advice for somebody that's in the journey with you, that's only been in the game for a year and a half, they're still learning too. It was
They
things when I was in
definitely
the
still
game 4 or
learning.
5 years that I was learning. Like
Yeah,
4 or 5 years. I'm 13, 14 years in now. You know what I'm saying? But I
yeah,
didn't know in 4 years in coming in the game, what I learned in 4 years, I didn't know when I was first coming in the game. At 4 years in the game, I didn't know 8 years in the game what I knew. Well, vice versa, I'm saying it right. But what I'm saying is the
I got
longer
you.
I was in the game, the
The more
more
you
I
learn.
learned. So 13, 14 years in, I went through the learning curves of the final mile while the logistics companies were still trying to figure it
Mm-hmm.
out.
Figure
I
it out.
went through the transitions with Amazon. I remember when Amazon was just experimenting. When I was getting again, they were just experimenting with becoming the everything store, stepping
Mm-hmm.
outside of the realm with books, stepping outside of the realm. Okay, we're going to try to do our own final mile and
Yeah,
onboard contractors, from when it was the white vans to now the blue vans. And I was around when they cut all the old guys off and just left them hanging.
yeah,
And all those guys went bankrupt because, man, you had me go out and get 50 vans last year, and I'm still paying. I got a
yeah.
lease agreement on these 50 vans, but because you
You
want to
got an agreement.
restructure, you want to restructure your platform so that you can make it more efficient. Well, what about me?
Yeah.
And that's why you get all these people with all these big lawsuits. So when I try to tell people this, I get the backlash. You know what I'm
Because
saying? But
they're
it's
not
the
open
truth.
to hearing. They think you just saying outside of your neck, but you're really telling the truth. But people don't really believe the truth. That's people don't really believe the truth.
But I
So
say go get the money. Just have a plan and be prepared, because at the
it
snap of
changes.
a finger, it could switch. It
You
could
see where
switch.
I'm at?
You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate. I ain't gonna hold you. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you coming on and giving up your perspective. So hopefully people were able to grasp it coming from someone else. So I appreciate it.
Yes, no worries. And I appreciate you and thank you, family. And anybody who put the email in, responded to the email, I'm gonna go ahead and respond back to them. I'll check it out. But y'all have a good night and be safe.
All right, be safe.
Okay, I will. Thanks.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
All right, so there you guys go. Here go her email. It's up on the screen. She got a truck. She's gonna work out a deal. She said $850 a week and unlimited miles. So you gotta have your own insurance. I think I heard her say. So, I mean, I think that's a great deal. A person who's really gonna be a road warrior and really go out and work that load board and get that money. I mean, this is the opportunity. Now you ain't gotta worry about burning up the miles. She's giving you the miles. You can go from New York to California if you want to and really get that money. So it's a great deal. There go her email. Let me see where I left off on these questions. I know a bunch of questions came on. I'm going to stay until she get back. Bro, let me cash you. App use is a great live. If you want to donate to the cause, there go my cash app. I appreciate it. Let's see what else. The new way of off booking work will replace the current DDU tendering process. To ensure a smooth transition, we want to inform your company as soon as possible, and we will be. Is this Emperor Walker? Is this the communication that Amazon put out about them restructuring the Amazon Relay side? Is this what this is? I put the email up. That's the cash app for somebody said they wanted to donate. Money sign Mark 773. Updates and necessary information as soon as we receive it. I put the email up. Say if I did OTR for a couple months, it came back home and did local work, do I still need to use my ELD? Depends. As long as I believe you're running under 100 miles and you're not crossing state lines, you don't have to use it. but you might want to look into that. It's something to that. It's either 100 150 miles and not crossing state lines. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Why are you single? I appreciate it. Can I have her email address, please? I put it on the screen. Just go through the chat. I'll put it back up at the again. I did put it on the screen on her email. Everybody want that email. I put it up there. I put it up there. Her email is up. She got a box truck, 2015 Freightliner, $850 a week, unlimited miles. Come with your own insurance. We have the opportunity to work for a place that I think, Pocket, this is for the you want to do the final mile. Yeah. So if you and your partner gonna be on the truck and do final mile, I think that'll be a great way to enter this business because one, you guys don't have to pay anybody. You splitting everything down the middle, so you'll be able to maximize your profitability that way and probably stack a lot more money. So if you do want to scale up and get another truck, you're saving a lot of money because you guys are paying yourself instead of paying labor. I got the email. I put it up. Everybody want that truck. The email is up. The email is up, guys. Just go through the chat. I put her email up. It's info at ross-logistics-llc.com. We have progressive as well. But we only pay $650. Hey, for the love of Lily, are you operating intrastate? And what does your policy look like? Where are you guys located? Are you guys older? Here goes her email, guys. For anybody that wanted to rent that truck, 2015 Freightliner. The 2015 Freightliner, $850 a week, unlimited miles. So here's her email. So any road warriors out there is looking for a truck, you're trying to get into the game or you're in the game, whatever, you need a truck. It's on Coop right now, but she said she'll do a deal off of the Coop website for $850 a week. Unlimited miles, come with your own insurance. $850 a week, unlimited miles, come with your own insurance. Thank you, no problem. Can you rent it here down in Chicago, Wisconsin? Her truck, you're going to have to go to Mississippi and get it. I mean, for $850 a week and unlimited miles, if you're a real road warrior that's working the load boards, I think that's a good rate. You ain't got to worry about the miles. You go get as much money as you can. If you working Monday through Friday, Monday can cover the rental for the week. Tuesday and through Friday, you just making money minus your gas. You ain't got to worry about the miles. So I think that's a good rate, Dina. But you got to go to Mississippi and get the truck. Why are you single? Just emailed you, Shirley. Mark, how often do you do these lives? Every Tuesday at 7:30. Every Tuesday at 7:30. I've been doing them every Tuesday at 7:30 for about the past 2 months. So it's building up. It's building up, you know. So, but every Tuesday at 7:30, I do a live and we just recap what I put videos out over the prior week. And then I do I just implemented that this week. The last few lives just been kind of open floor, but then we do a Q&A. And then I allow people to come on and talk. I'll be your first renter. Hey, Shirley, why are you single? Emailed you. I think why are you single is going to be very proactive with flying to Mississippi and getting that truck. You want to rent my truck? All right, we can talk about it offline. I appreciate you for watching. Why are you single? Joe, how much she charged to rent a truck a week? What are your requirements to rent the trucks? My good buddy Joe, she's charging $850 a week. She's doing unlimited miles, and you got to come with your own insurance. The truck is in Mississippi. I forget the town. She said $850 a week, unlimited miles, come with your own insurance, and the truck is in Mississippi. Hey, Mark, can you refer me to your friend or the guy you're talking about? I would like to rent the truck. I put the email up. Just go through the chat, and then that email is up. And she'll rent the truck. Now I don't know, it's first come first serve. I'm just here to pass the information along. She just came off a live. She was just on the. She just came on and she said 850 a week. Backstory on her: she bought the truck so that her brother, I think she said her nephew, can start doing Amazon, and Amazon just didn't work for her. She was operating a loss. It didn't work for her. Small market, a lot of dead heads. So the truck is just sitting. So she wants to rent it. She said she'll do 850 a week. She will do unlimited miles, so you don't have to worry about the miles. Come with your own insurance, and you would have to come to pick the truck up in Mississippi. Truck is in Mississippi. $850 a week, unlimited miles. Come with your own insurance. Truck is in Mississippi. I want to get this truck rented for her, hopefully before I get off this live. Dina, I appreciate you for checking in with us every week. Every week. Appreciate you checking in. Why are you single? I appreciate you checking in. Have a good night. Truck is in Mississippi, guys. $850 a week, unlimited miles. Come with your own insurance. Pick the truck up in Mississippi. So the email is right. I'll just repost it again. Hold on one second. All right, there's the link. I'm gonna repost it real quick, and then I'll finish because I got a bunch of comments and questions I got to catch up for. So for whoever's looking for a truck, this is her email. I'm posting it, so write it down. Take a picture with your phone real quick. 26-foot box truck with a lift gate, 2015 Freightliner for rent right now. It's sitting. $850 a week. Unlimited miles. Don't worry about the miles. $850 a week. Unlimited miles. Come with your own insurance. You got to pick the truck up in Mississippi. So first come, first serve. There's the link. I just dropped the link for anybody else that wants to come on. A few people done came on tonight. That's good. Anybody else want to come on? I just dropped the link for you to come on, the StreamYard link. So go ahead and click that link if you want to come on. Right here on the screen right now, the info@rosslogisticsllc.com. That's Shirley's email for her truck. Once again, she wants $850 a week to rent it. She says she's not going to charge you the miles. She's going to go unlimited miles. Come with your own insurance. You got to pick the truck up in Mississippi. All right. Let me finish back with these questions. I got her email on the screen. I answered that one. Can you rent down here? What's going on? Hello? Hello? Yo. All right, Ramon. I guess he was having a little technical difficulties. He probably called back. All right, where I leave off at? I'm doing lives every Tuesday at 7:30. I think I answered that. She want $850 a week, unlimited miles, bring your own insurance. Pick the truck up in Mississippi. Hey Mark, how can you refer a friend? The guys you talking about you rent the truck. Hey Mark, can you refer me to your friend? I just dropped the email. Go look for the email. All right. You need a 16-foot truck? I got two 16-foot trucks sitting right now. You said about 1.5? 11. What's that? 11.2? Yeah, I figured it was interstate. I already knew it was interstate. That's why it's that cheap, because I got an interstate DOT too. Yeah, so that's another thing, guys. If you're not crossing state lines, there's no reason to hold on to an interstate DOT. Like, you guys are just paying money for no reason at all, and that's another trick to cut your overhead down. If you're not crossing state lines, you don't need an interstate DOT. You can go to an interstate DOT and your insurance will cut literally in half, and that's no cap. So if you're not crossing state lines, I don't care what lane you're in. if you're not crossing state lines, you need to refile your DOT as an intrastate uh, instead of an interstate, and your insurance, I'm telling you, it'll cut in half, literally. Suburbs of Northern Illinois. Oh, you here? You a Chicagoan then? Even though you're in the suburbs, but to the world, you're a Chicagoan. What are you running? What are you running? Middle mile or final mile? For the love of Lily. Hey Mark, how much are you charging to rent trucks? I'm in Oklahoma. I'm not really renting trucks. I'm sitting on my trucks. But I'm thinking about it since a lot of people are going that route with the trucks that they got sitting. I might start renting some of my trucks. I gotta look into that business model and see how I can legally do it. I don't want to just rent them, and I want to legally do it. So I don't know. I might get into that in the next 30 days or so, and then I'll put the information out there. That's Shirley's email once again for anybody that wants to rent her truck. If anybody's looking for a 26-foot box truck at a great rate, 2015 Freightliner, $850 a week, unlimited miles. $850 a week, unlimited miles. Got to come with your own insurance though, and you got to pick the truck up in Mississippi. There's the link if you want to come on live and holler at me and holler at the rest of the people on the live. Talk about box trucking. I'll stay on as long as it's cracking as far as the chat and people coming on live. So I'll stay on. I ain't got nothing to do. I'm here for you. I do this every Tuesday. So I'll stay on as long as the chat is still cracking and people are still coming on. We talking box trucking and people are getting good value out of this live. And I want Shirley to rent that truck because it's just sitting. So I want to see if we can get Shirley a renter. And Shirley, if you still on and you got a potential, man, let's put it in the chat that you got somebody potentially on their way to fly to Mississippi to get that truck for $850 a week and free miles, unlimited miles. Do you need MC and DOT number to do middle mile? Of course you do. Of course you do. No broker, no anybody is gonna release any freight to you unless you have that. All right. So yes, Christopher, you definitely need your MC and your DOT to do middle mile. Wouldn't it be a good thing to just buy a truck outright for $30,000 and be done with that part? No renting, no payments. I know that's AA. So here's the thing with that pocket deuces. That $30,000 outright rate you're talking about, that was prior to the pandemic. A truck that was say 6 to 8 years old with about 250,000 miles on it, you can literally go on Penske used trucks or Enterprise used trucks 2019, 2018, 2017 and before, and those were the rates you would see for a 26-foot box truck with a lift gate with about 250,000 miles on it that was 6 to 8 years old. You're not seeing that anymore, all right, because of the pandemic, the global chip shortage. Manufacturing slowed down due to the global chip shortage. They're just not producing that many new trucks, so that's bringing up the value of the used trucks because the trucks are scarce. That's why the rental truck rates are going up. So I thought that maybe by the end of this year, beginning of next year, we would go back to those rates. But from what I'm hearing in the news, they're saying this global chip shortage, it's not going to be right. They said until well into 2024. So that means with a shortage of chips, that's going to reduce manufacturing. And even if manufacturing were to pick up, a lot of these truck dealers and a lot of these dealerships that sell new cars, new automobiles, new trucks, period, they said they've gotten used to the way things have been for the past year, and that even if the manufacturing picked up and the chip crisis thing was solved tomorrow, they said they would still operate the way that they're operating now. They've realized that, hey, we don't have to buy, let's say a typical car lot, a big car lot may have hundreds of cars on the lot, right? They're tying up overhead because they're buying those cars at a wholesale rate. Right now, they're selling cars off the sheet. You come in the dealership, I want a Chevy Malibu. I want it in red. I want it in leather. I don't want a sunroof. You're speccing your car out. You're ordering it. You put your deposit down. They say, okay, Chevy saying 6 months, but I'm gonna be honest with you, there is a delay. You're looking more at 9 months. 9 months later, they call you, say your car is here. They come in, you come pick your car up. The dealership isn't tying up overhead with a lot full of cars, and then they got this one Chevy Malibu that they ordered, inspected out, that no one wants, and now that car is just sitting there. And then at the end of the year, they got to put it at a reduced rate because they got to make room for the 2023s, because no one wanted the red Malibu with the tan seats because it's an ugly spec. So it's just sitting there. So now they're just letting people order the stuff off the sheet, and they're doing the same thing with the trucks. I was looking at a new truck yesterday, a 2022 Hino. They wanted $225,000 for it, brand new, and it's a $70,000, $80,000 truck, if that, brand new. So $30,000 is, I think, man, my friend, I think it may be a thing of the past. I think 30,000 may be a thing of the past. Maybe on the street you can get something at that price, but at a lot, a used truck lot, like a reputable used truck lot, like a fleet owned used truck lot, like Enterprise used truck sales, Penske used truck sales, I don't know if we're gonna ever get back to that anytime soon. And I'm just being honest. I thought we were, but it ain't looking good. What's the best way for new authorities to find work? Other, I guess this is supposed to be other first 30 to 60 days. Best way for new authorities. If you're running middle mile, probably Amazon is your best bet. Final mile, you would have to check with the different logistics companies. Some logistics companies have um, different rules. Some might make you wait 30 days. Some might, I've heard some making you wait 90 days. Some would just bring you in the door right away because they need you. So it all depends. But if you're going middle mile, Amazon is probably your best bet. We cross state lines, must be interstate. Mainly Amazon really, but looking to expand after watching your videos. Well, yeah, you might want to check on that because you said it was interstate. If you're crossing state lines and you got an interstate, and if you're crossing state lines, that means you're interstate. But you said that your DOT is intrastate, so you might want to make sure, you know, just to be on the safe side, because you may be interstate. I don't know. I know you said intrastate at first, but you might want to double check and make sure. You don't want to get caught cross state lines with an intrastate DOT. That fine will be ugly, especially if you're in northern Illinois. I don't know where you're picking up from. If you're going up to Kenosha, you don't want those Wisconsin state troopers to get on you. The Illinois state troopers is a little bit more lenient depending on where you're at. If you're coming through the city and you get caught by an Illinois state trooper, you might get a wave off and a warning. You know, out there in the rural parts, they might give you a hard time. But there's so much going on in the city. Shit, they probably just wave you off. But you might want to double check on that for the love of Lily, just to make sure. All right. I hope Shirley was able to get that truck rented. There goes her link real quick with her email. There goes her email for that truck. I'm gonna drop this link one more time for anybody that wants to come on. There's the link. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock, 10:08. What time I start? 7:30. So we've been on 2.5 hours. Man, it seems like I only been on like 30, 40 minutes. Time been flying. So there go the link. I guess I'll stay on till about maybe 10:30. I may jump off if I don't get no more questions or if don't nobody come on. So this has been a very informative live. I hope a lot of people learned some stuff or got some sauce or picked some things up. A lot of people did say they picked some good stuff up on this live. A few people came on. Shirley came on. Dina came on. Somebody else was trying to come on too. I think his name was DeMarco. There go the link, DeMarco or whoever else want to come on. We'll probably stay on to 10:30, but I'll stay on a little bit later if the questions start rolling really back and heavy again or people are on. Have you looked into van lines yet? Not yet. I've been running around trying to figure out what trucking school I'm gonna enroll in. So that's what I was doing pretty much most of this week, going to trucking schools. I'm probably gonna look in that tomorrow. I'm gonna look in that tomorrow. I got some time in the morning. I'm gonna look into van lines tomorrow. Matter of fact, let me put that into my reminders now. I'm gonna look into van lines tomorrow. When is peak season for Amazon? My plans are to be started by then. It's coming up. October, November, obviously going into Christmas. You kind of want to be in by October. November really starts picking up all through December. CDLA is 6K out here. You mean CDL school? Is that what you talking about, Quinn? We just had our audit. I think I may still be trying to learn the terminology. Okay, yeah, you got to know the terminology. If you're running this business, you got to know the terminology. Yeah. Matter of fact, you got to get it's a book by J.J. Keller. Hold on, let me show you this. This is for anybody that's in this game. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get you this book. Oh man. All right, so this book by J.J. Keller. Let me see. Let me see. This book right here is by J.J. Keller. See how thick this book is? Anybody that's in trucking should get this book. Now, I've had this one. This is the man, when did I get this book? I bought this book man, it's been maybe 5-6 years ago. They come out with a new edition every year. Nothing too much has changed in trucking since I got this one. They were just mandating the ELD, and this book covers the ELD. So this might have been about ELD went into effect with 2019. So this book may be 2017, 2018. But anybody that's really in trucking that's heavy, I suggest you get this book. Now, no, of course, I haven't read this book. I mean, look how thick it is from end to end. No, I haven't. But whenever I need, this is my resource that when I have to go look for something, I have a resource to go look something up. You know, you can use Google and all that stuff, but certain things you're not going to be able to find. This right here, you're going to be able to find everything in this book. It ain't cheap. It's a couple $100, but if you're really going to be in this industry and you're going to operate and you want to operate under the rules and the regulations, especially if you're running multiple trucks and you got drivers and stuff, I highly suggest you invest in that book. For the love of Lily and anybody else. Yeah, I went to a few schools. I got a quote for one for 3,600. I think I'm gonna go with that one. I went to 160 trucking. I know that's a chain school all over the country. They wanted 5,600, and I'm like, man, I could that 2,000 pay my mortgage. I'm not gonna pay y'all 2,000 more, and I got to quote somewhere else for 3,600, and I already know most of this stuff anyway, so probably gonna go to the $3,600 school. Probably start in September. How's the Midwest? I'm starting my trucking journey in out of DeKalb. Well, I'm in Chicago, so I'm about 45 minutes to an hour. Well, not 45. DeKalb about an hour and 15 minutes. About an hour and 15 minutes. You by Northern, so if you're in DeKalb, the good thing about you in DeKalb is you're not far from Sterling. So depending on, I know it's a DC out there for Walmart, and it's another DC going out their way in Rochelle. So you kind of where there's a lot of DCs at, but if you're running Amazon, you're probably gonna have to come back towards Joliet, or you're gonna have to go way up to Wisconsin. But this market is pretty good. It's just that where you're at, you're gonna have to probably deadhead to where the DCs are, and if you're going to do final mile, you're definitely going to have to do some deadheading into the city or close to the city. Probably a lot in Elk Grove Village because a lot of warehouses are out there where you would have to pick stuff up at. But for the most part, the business is cool. It's just your location in DeKalb. You're kind of out there, like an hour and 15 minutes outside Chicago. So most of the money is this way. So you're gonna have to come to the city or towards the city regardless. So, what is your opinion on leasing on to some of these companies that posted on Indeed that pay box truck owner operators 6 to 10,000 or 4 to 8,000 a week? So those guys aren't having you lease on. You're running on your own authority for the most part. If it's for final mile, I think that's a good rate as long as you don't got a lot of overhead. I've had accounts operating accounts at $3,000 a week per truck. So and if you're making 6 to 10 or 4 to 8 and 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 you don't have a high overhead, I think that's good. I think that's good. I think that's very good. If you was new into the game, would you have gotten into box trucks first or went straight into the semi game? If I was new into the game now, I'd get into the semi game. I think business is about timing and really understanding and doing a lot of research. Right now, I understand that the box truck game is saturated. I understand that what I was able to do from 2010 to 2018, I would not be able to do that now. I wouldn't even be able to scale to the size that I got. There's no way in the box truck game I could run 15 trucks the way I was running back then because I wouldn't be able to find enough people to work 15 trucks for me the way I was able to find then, right? So knowing that now, and if I was a rookie into the game and I really looked at the scope of the box truck game and the semi truck game, now entering, not having the experience that I have from being in the industry, I would get into semi truck, and I think there's more security there. And this is not just to discourage anybody that's looking to enter into the box trucking game. I just think it's more security there. Um, and it's definitely not saturated because we're short about 80,000 truckers on that lane. So the opportunity over there is endless. Um, it's more liability. It's the operating cost is a little bit higher, but I think if you enter into the industry the correct way, the earning potential on that side is better right now than on the box truck side. You know, you got more of a professional driver because if you're entering the game like how I am or like how you operate, we operate in a fleet mode, right? So one thing we have to look at is finding drivers. There's a barrier, and I always talk about it, there's a barrier of entry on that side, and that's trucking school CDL. Those drivers have CDL, so we have a we can recruit a little bit easier on that side for drivers than on the box trucking side. I just think the earning potential on that side right now for a person like me, or and just say I was new to the game and I researched, I would get in on the semi truck side. I don't really want to go into the full scope because then I'll get to rambling on the reasons why, but it would definitely be the semi truck side, which is why I'm looking to transition not out of box trucking, but transition into semi trucking as well. Um, for the love of Lily, no problem. 160 is up here. Yeah, 160 is high. I went to them the other day, man. That lady told me 5,600. She told me 5,600, and like I don't qualify for the WIA, none of that stuff. So I gotta pay it cash. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't see myself giving them 5,600. So I think I'm gonna go with the 3,600. Also, I know you've been talking about Amazon lately. Do you think I should get into it or stay away? I am trying to capture peak season runs for mail runs somewhere by October. I mean, if the money, the earning potential is there for you, I say go for it. The reason why I've been talking about it lately, I've just been trying to break it down for people not to put all their eggs in one basket and to make sure that if you're getting into it, make sure that you're getting something out of it. A lot of people that run Amazon, they don't run it correctly. And the reason I say this is because they come to me for mentorship, and then I have to coach them and guide them, see what they're doing wrong. A big part of it is their overhead. That's why they don't see the money. There's a lot of deadheading with Amazon. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people's overhead. If you go back into the earlier part of this live stream when people were dropping what they're paying on trucks, Shirley said she had a truck. She was paying $2,500 a week for a rental truck through Ryder. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, and she came on and she talked about it. And she said a lot of people jumped into this game out of desperation. She said she had a mentor. She had Progressive. So she's paying Ryder $2,500. She's paying Progressive, I forget, some X amount of number. A lot of people have a lot of overhead. And that's one of the main reasons why they don't see profit. I think, Joe, with your experience and your knowledge, because I talked to you a few times, you come on camera and we've had a long conversation. I know you know the business well. So I know that you're going to take a look at those numbers and you're going to know those margins and you're going to know how to maximize your earning potential with Amazon. And if it doesn't make sense, I know you have enough business savvy and business sense to say, look, this isn't making sense. I'm not going to do it, or I'm going to walk away from it. You know what I'm saying? So you understand that just because it's Amazon, it may not be the best fit for you. And that's what I was trying to get people to understand. Some markets, it may not just be feasible for. You know what I'm saying? But if it is feasible, you still have to understand that your margins are very small. But you understand it. I know you understand this already. Have you heard of Walmart, Sam's Club starting something similar to Amazon? I've been seeing it a lot when I drop my loads off to the post office. I see them dropping loads as well. I know they have they're trying to compete in that lane with Amazon. I know they just started to Spark recently, which is similar to Amazon Flex. So they got Spark. Now I know they just invested into Canoe, which is an electric vehicle company. They just ordered a bunch of vans. Now, from my readings, those vans are going to be operated by Walmart employees. So they're not outsourcing their final mile delivery. Walmart's not outsourcing their final mile delivery to homes, to outside contractors. They're doing that all in house. They're going to hire people. They're gonna have employees. They're going to hire people as employees to run those home delivery routes in those electric vehicles. As far as really scaling to where Amazon is, I'm going to be honest, and this is just my opinion, guys. You know what I'm saying? I think Walmart dropped the ball on that. And the reason why I say that, and it's going to be kind of hard for them to catch up to Amazon, is because Walmart had the data, they had the footprint prior to Amazon. When Jeff Bezos in the 90s was just thinking about books, Walmart already had the footprint. They had the real estate, they had Sam's Club, they had all the Walmarts. Walmart is a real estate company. Yes, they do they sell general merchandise in their stores, right? But when you look at a Walmart, when Walmart comes to town and they buy the land, they buy the land. They build a Walmart, and then all those outlots that you see. So you'll see Walmart sitting in the back, right? Walmart will be in the back, and then the front, you'll see a bunch of strip malls. You'll see Chipotle, you'll see Wingstop, you'll see a physical therapy place. All those outlots that you drive past when you turn off the main road, and you see all those stores in the front, and then Walmart's in the back. Walmart owns all that land. They do the building for those outlots for those, and then they rent those spaces out. All right. Walmart already had the footprint. Walmart had billions of dollars, right? When the internet came about in the 90s, their R&D department, research and development department, should have seen that e-commerce is going to be what it is today. So I think Walmart dropped the ball on that, and they should have been Amazon as far as the everything store, what we see know as Amazon today, because obviously they've evolved from just selling books online to what we know of them today. I think Walmart should be where Amazon is, and Amazon should be second, because Walmart had all the data. They had the footprint as far as the land, right? So they had everything in place to build DCs and build an online store of the contracts and the merchandise that they already had in the store. So I know why they're struggling to catch up to Walmart is because they're late to the party, and they should have been Amazon before Amazon, in my opinion. And that's just my 2 cents. Appreciate you. I'm interested in renting that truck in Mississippi. I am from Ohio and ready to fly there as soon as tomorrow. I already emailed her. So yeah, she probably got a plethora of emails because 850 a week and free miles on a 26-foot box truck these days is a good rate. So I guess it's up to her to decide who she wants to go with. Do you know how to get into medical supply delivery with box trucks? I don't do medical supply delivery. The few times I've sent my trucks to do medical supply deliveries because a medical supply logistics company reached out to us to do like one-off jobs, and that was the only time. And usually when it was, they would hit us up because they would have it's very rare, but it happens. So most of the time it's medical supplies, but every now and again they'll have to transfer like a hospital bed. And most of the medical supply couriers obviously are in their cars or in small vans. So obviously they can't transport a hospital bed. So they'll contact a company like mine and say, hey, we got this job where our carriers can't cover it. It's going to require 2 guys in a truck, and then I've done them like that. But those jobs for me are far and few between. I really don't look for medical courier contracts. But I heard it's profitable. I heard it's very profitable. Thanks for your help. Keep doing what you're doing. Your channel should do well with the amount of information you have to pass on. You know what you're talking about. Much appreciated. I appreciate you, Pocket Deuces, for watching. I appreciate you for subscribing. I appreciate you for even coming in here tonight and spending time on the live with us and contributing and engaging in conversation. I appreciate you. What's the best load board for OTR? What's the best load board for the OTR? How about going partial loads? How do you maximize the 26-foot out of Amazon? Amazon's trying to start box truck contracts. Everybody keeps talking about Amazon's trying to start box truck contracts. I guess you came in late. What's your thoughts about it? So I guess they sent out an email or something. I'm not privy to the email, but Amazon has always had contracts, short term, long term. Amazon Freight Partner, obviously on the long term, um, Relay on the short term. It looks like from what I saw a brief somebody copied and pasted a snippet of whatever this email that went out. It looks like they're restructuring the relay side. So until I read the email in its entirety and kind of can put it together, I really don't know what to make of it, of those contracts. Now I would say as far as the partials is concerned, hold on, how do you maximize your 26-foot out of Amazon? Well, when you run an Amazon, you can only run Amazon. You can't do Amazon and do some other load boards. You can only put Amazon stuff on the truck. When you're dealing with Amazon, they only want their stuff on the truck. Amazon's trying, what's your thoughts about that? I answered that. Partials. Now, partials is a part of the game that a lot of people are doing now. A lot of people are refusing to take full loads because they figure out they can maximize their earning potential by taking multiple loads going in one direction. If that's the way that you're going to be able to maximize your earning potential, then I say go for it. But I believe you're going to have to work harder because you're making multiple stops. But if that's what it entails to get to the bigger bag, then that's what you got to do. So I think you should do whatever it is you got to do to get to that bigger bag to increase your bottom line and to increase your margins, maximize your earning potential. As long as you're willing to bust your ass to get to that bigger bag, then I think that's what you should do. with my fleet, it gets very expensive at times. Insurance and operating capital. Did you ever take out a loan to support your fleet? What was your strategy for operating capital? No, never took out a loan. I started very humbly. I grassrooted. I started. I actually started on Craigslist with a pickup truck, just doing mattresses, pickup couches. Upgraded to a Penske truck. Started doing bigger moves. Just hustling. Went from a hustle to an actual business. Went and got licensed. My moving company upgraded to 3 trucks, 3 Penske trucks. Then in 2013, I was running those 3 trucks. And then in 2013, I got that call from Dynamics, like, hey, we're struggling with this. And this goes back to what I was talking about earlier on the live. And this was when final mile and a lot of these logistics companies were still trying to figure out this final mile lane, because this is when more and more people every year were starting to buy online, and they were struggling with this IKEA contract, because a lot of their contractors were just used to dealing with small packages. So now they got this account, and Selectus, to answer that question before, the load boards, I say DAT and Selectus, sorry. So they call me and they say, hey, we need help with this contract. We're struggling. Our independent contractors are used to delivering just packages, and there's a lot of claims. They're not used to dealing with furniture. So we want to bring in a moving company to kind of pick up this contract, and your company, we went on Yelp, and your company was on top of my list. So you're the first call. I came in for the meeting, and the rest is history. I started buying trucks. My moving company scaled, but my trucking company exceeded my moving company. As far as capital, I was able to, I had capital because I had a successful moving company. So the moving company kind of funded the trucking company, 1 truck at a time. But back then, like I said earlier, the logistics game was so sweet. I came in with Dynamics doing IKEA at a guarantee of 500 a truck. During the week, 600 a truck on the weekend. And most of the time, Tuesday through Thursday, Tuesday through Friday, my trucks might only had 1 stop per truck, but they still had to pay me that guarantee. So my overhead was very low because my labor was cheap back then. You gotta understand, labor was cheap. I was paying guys $10 an hour. So if they only came in to do 1 stop, I paid a minimum of 4 hours. If they got done in 4 hours, they'd make $40. They'd go on their check. You see what I'm saying? You can't do that nowadays. So I was making a lot of money, and I kept getting more and more contracts. And so I was able to buy trucks cash because 1 truck was paying for other, and 1 truck was paying for itself in a month. It was paying for itself that quick because I was making so much money. Um, when I did later on in my career have to source money, just to have, because I didn't want to use my own money. I just wanted to have that reassurance. I did business lines of credit because I kept getting these offers for business lines of credit. So I had a couple business lines of credit, and I had a couple obviously business credit cards. Now, the business lines of credit kind of scared me because these business lines of credit, you know how it works. The money is sitting there. You pull the money when you need it, and you just replace it. So I had some big, by this time I'm in business 6, 7 years. So I had a good reputation as far as the creditors. I had already bought trucks, you know what I'm saying? And I was used to not using credit. So I had a good rapport. So they were offering me 6-figure lines of credit. So, and I was scared to use it because I said, man, I got this money sitting here ready to be used. I don't want to use it because if I start using it, I might really start really using it. And any day now, my good run is going to turn. You know what I'm saying? I understand business. I understand the way it works. It's not going to be good all the time. And I didn't want to have a $250,000 line of credit and then I use 75% of it and business starts going the other way, but I'm still on the hook for all this money. So I rarely touch my lines of credit. I use my business credit cards. If anything, I think I touched my line of credit like maybe once or twice, and that was for 10 grand on each occasion, and then I just paid it back. But no, I didn't get tied up into I had hard times. It was times where, for instance, nonstop delivery. I had that contract and they were so behind on my payments, I had to start paying people out of my pocket. And this happened for a long time. And I don't know if I told this story on a live on my channel, but when I finally got tired of them, this is a live, so I'm gonna curse because I usually don't curse in my videos. When I got tired of them fucking up my money right nonstop, because we're running all these routes. You gotta remember, I got a warehouse, so they're middle miling me the freight, and then we're final miling it to the customer. I'm running 2 trucks, 3 trucks a day doing nonstop delivery for all these contracts, US Matches, Human Touch, all these different companies they got, Home Depot. And when the settlement would come in, it wouldn't match what we did 30 days prior. So 30 days prior, that week we did maybe 100 to 150 deliveries. Let's say I would get a settlement for $750, but my payroll would be a couple grand. So now I got to float that money out my pocket. And I was doing that for the life of that contract, to the point where I said, you know what? I'm tired of floating. This ain't adding up. You guys are waiting for the customer, whatever the contract was, to pay you before you release the money. So when I let it go, they were upset, but I got all this overhead and I'm floating. I'm taking from my personal pocket. I'm taking from the moving company to float this contract, and it's putting me in a bind. All right. So all the money that I've been able to save up, I'm spending it now because I don't want to touch this line of credit. I'd rather go broke, you know what I'm saying, than to touch this money and be on the hook for this money if something goes upside down, because I personally guaranteed this. That's another thing. People think they're going to get in the game and they're going to get business lines of credit, or they're going to get business credit cards, and this is going to be in the company. That don't work no more. That doesn't exist no more. Anybody that tells you it does, they're lying to you. You're going to personally guarantee everything. Everything that I got in the business the first few years, I had to personally guarantee it. Everything. You're going to have to personally guarantee it, because so many people have gotten LLCs and corporations and all this stuff and gotten things under the business and burnt it up because they feel it's under the business, not my personal. None of these institutions will allow that. You got to really have a solid report. You have to have bought something from them, maybe once or twice, paid it off before they trust you enough to say, okay, we'll allow you to purchase this truck strictly under the business without a personal guarantor. All right. So after I got tired of floating the money for that account, I let it go. They were upset. I'm gonna tell you this: I let that account go in March of 2018. Right? They owed me so much money. I let that account go in March of 2018. They owed me so much money. I had a settlement come every week until October of that year. It was like September, October of that year. That's how far behind they were with paying me. So March of 2018, and they paid out every week, right? Every week you get a settlement. So March of 2018. So the rest of March, all of April, 4 weeks in April, 4 weeks in May, 4 weeks in June, 4 weeks in July, 4 weeks in August, 4 weeks in September. I think I got the last check the beginning of October. 7 months. That's how much money they owed me. And I hadn't did a job for them, a delivery for them, since March. But they owe me that much money that they had a settlement. I had a settlement come in for 7 months after I let that account go. So imagine floating all that money. You know what I'm saying? And that was just one jam I was in. And that was a rough jam, but I didn't touch that money, because now imagine if I had been pulling that from that business line of credit, I would have been on the hook for that money. I can hustle money back up, you know what I'm saying? And I did, you know what I'm saying? But it's rough, man. That's a part of the game that a lot of people don't talk about, you know what I'm saying? So, this industry can be rough. You depending on a company. And that's one issue. I remember Dynamics owed me money. Dynamics hadn't paid me for a month. They owe me $28,000, right? They owe me $28,000. And I said, man, I got tired. So for 2 weeks, I had to float the payroll. I floated the first week, 8 grand. I floated the second week, 8 grand, 16 grand. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm like, man, y'all not paying me. The operations manager who's in charge of I had to send the invoice to, because I had a guarantee. So I had to send them an invoice, and then they would pay me out. They didn't treat me like an IC, because I wasn't running on a per piece count. I was running on a guarantee. So after that, I said, this is what we're going to do. That day, I think it was a Friday, the trucks that I had that was running that IKEA route, I sent them there, but I came and we stood on the dock. And I said, don't load nothing. I said, I need to speak to this guy. Eric was his name. All right. Because he wasn't picking up my calls. So I'm like, man, I need my money. Like, bro, like y'all ain't paid me in 2 weeks. These guys are working because I'm paying them out my pocket. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've sent you the invoices. Why aren't you paying? They're saying we haven't gotten paid because you haven't submitted the invoice to accounting. I have to send the invoice to you. All right. You're supposed to submit it to accounting. All right. I know I don't look like everybody else in here. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm on my business. And I need my money, man, because these guys depend on me. They don't care that you're not paying me. They work for me. So I'm responsible for them. So I've dug in my pocket 16 grand and paid these guys. They're not going to load nothing on none of these trucks. They here until I get a guarantee or I talk to somebody in the county that say they're going to pay my money. It went all the way to corporate. Dynamics is based out of Dallas. Man, they had to get down to corporate. They had to wire me a check. It was a Friday. All right. It was a Friday. They said they would wire me a check that Monday. Monday came, it didn't come. It eventually came that following Friday, and it was for $28,000. That's how far behind they were paying me for a month. But I was checking a lot of money with Dynamics. But that was another occasion where I had to float the money to pay because these logistics companies, they'll fuck you. You know what I'm saying? So, but I still didn't use lines of credit in that situation either. I floated that money out my pocket. By the grace of God, I had the money to float. So, but I did have lines of credit. I just was very careful on how I used them because those line of credit companies, if you qualify for it, they'll give you 250. They'll give you $500,000, and that's how a lot of people get in trouble. That money is sitting there, and they go use it, and sometimes they misappropriate. But you know what? The business is eventually going to take a turn, and you can get in a jam like that. You expect these people to pay you, but sometimes they might not pay you. And then what? So I know I went on, but I wanted to give you those stories. Can I do final amount with a 24-foot box truck? Yes, you can. You got to check with whatever company you're rolling with and check whatever the rules and regulations. But even if they say a 26-footer, you can sneak a 24-footer by. Ain't like they out there with a ruler. You can fit one less pallet on them, maybe. Best load boards for box trucks, in my opinion, lately have been Selectors and DAT. Yeah, I agree with you. Do you offer mentorship with Amazon also on how to work it correctly? Yeah, I do. Most of my mentorship is with Amazon. You know what I'm saying? Most people that hire me for mentorship is either because they need help with Amazon or they're looking for me. They want to come into business and they don't want to go through the learning curve. So they want me to they tell me what they want to do, and then they want me to create a strategy so they can get off the ground running the correct way because they want to minimize that learning curve. Here is the Amazon box truck email. Attention carriers, Amazon is excited to announce that we will be launching short-term contracts for box trucks in the coming months. This new way of booking work will replace the current DDU tendering process. To ensure a smooth transition, we want to inform your company as soon as possible, as we will be communicating any update. To prepare for this transition, Amazon highly recommends reviewing how short-term contracts can benefit your carrier business. Training available in the Learning tab of the Support Center. Please note, the current training is focused on 53-foot trucks and has not yet been updated to. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. This is what I'm saying. That was what I was talking about earlier. This is what the shit Amazon does. And I'm not shitting on Amazon. Get what you can get out of it when you can get out of it. But they have a history. And this is for all the new people that's in the box truck game the past year. Do your research on Amazon. They will switch up on you. All right. So you can take care of your business with them. Get the money. I'm not saying that, but don't think, man, I got Amazon, I'm rolling, and man, have a backup plan. They've left people hanging. They switched up the DSP model a couple of times. They're going to do whatever's best. If they see they can save costs, right? All right. then that's what they're going to do. And if they got to cut something, then they're going to cut it. Look at this. 53-foot trucks that has not yet been updated to include box truck content. Has not yet been included to include box truck content, but still contains helpful information on how to get started. Additionally, Amazon will be hosting local office hours for carriers in each sort center. Please be on the lookout for the invitation on the coming week. Sincerely, Luis Diaz. Now, here's the thing. Here's the key part of this email. Please note, the current training is focused on 53-foot trucks and has not yet been updated to include box truck content. Now that can go two ways, man. That could be good, I guess. Maybe they're going to include it later. They just haven't put it together yet. Or, and this is just being honest, this could mean they're not going to include it at all. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be mindful of what the situation is. Do your research on Amazon. You know, they'll switch up a business model on you. Somebody said something, well, they got the post office contract. I got this guy telling me they got the post office contract. That doesn't mean nothing. They had FedEx too, and they got rid of FedEx. FedEx got rid of them. FedEx said, look, we're operating on a small margin. What you're paying us to deliver final mile for you is not enough money. And I said this earlier. Do your research. I'm not making this up, guys. For all the new people that are hell bent on Amazon, man, I get it. Go get your money. But I'm telling you, if you put all your eggs in one basket, I'm telling you, they'll cut it off on you. They've done it before. FedEx said, bro, it's not enough money. Amazon, well, we're Amazon. We're Amazon. So we got the volume. You might as well take these small margins. FedEx said, no, it's not enough money. They parted ways. Amazon didn't want to budge because Amazon feels that Amazon, we got the volume, take the small pennies and be happy we giving you the pennies. FedEx said, nah, we straight. And that's why you don't see FedEx delivering for Amazon. You haven't seen it in about, 3 years now? About 3 years. So person telling me, well, man, they got the post office. That don't mean nothing. President Trump was trying to end that when he was in office. He said, look, we're losing, what was it, 15 cents? 15, it was something he said. He was like, we're not making enough money with Amazon. We're running Amazon 7 days a week. The post office is normally closed on Sunday. The post office just does strictly Amazon on Sundays, right? Trump said, look, we're not making enough money. The margin is too small. It's pointless to do Amazon. You can look this up, guys. So here's the thing. If Amazon is able to build out their infrastructure on the middle mile and the final mile side, and they're able to X the post office out because they can handle their final mile business and middle mile business completely in-house with their AFPs and DSPs and Amazon Relay or whatever, then they'll cut it. Now, if they cut the post office, then that's going to cut a lot of work. But if they can handle it in-house, then they don't need the post office to deliver freight. They have a big enough infrastructure to handle everything in-house. And I 100% believe eventually it's going to get to that point. That's why they're buying more trucks. Amazon has ProMaster. They got Rivian building the electric trucks. You think they got an off switch? They said keep building them. They didn't give these companies a number of trucks to build. They said keep building them. Here's this ugly blue color code that we own the trademark to. Build all of our vehicles in this blue that we own this color to, and keep building them until we say stop. They got the money. They're going to keep building electric trucks. They're going to keep building ProMaster specifically for Amazon. The Amazon got these manufacturing companies got a whole wing just building their vehicles. He's buying jets. He's buying jets for the overnight. What did he buy with 8 jets last year? They're renting space on in airports for landing. Eventually, I believe, they're not going to need the post office no more. When they cut the post office out, that small little money that they are giving the post office that Trump was really, really mad about, when they cut that out, look at the volume. Look how much money they're going to save, because we're talking volume here. So if they cut the post office out, then what? So, it's How long should wait to scale up after starting with one truck, box truck? It depends. I scaled up when the truck was able to buy another truck. Once I bought the first truck, I didn't reach in my pocket no more. I didn't reach in my pocket no more. If you buy a truck, right, and that truck pays for itself, right? The truck pays for itself, then it should be able to pay for another truck, right? I didn't operate out of and I don't still operate out of I wasn't in a rush. Now, when I got into the game, the truck paid for itself in a month. You know, it might not pay for itself that fast now, but I believe that you get into the game, you buy off your truck pays for itself. If you really work your truck really, really hard, you should be able to pay for your truck in a year. All right. And then once that truck pays for itself, then it should be able to buy another truck. I believe your business should buy it. If you're reaching into your pocket after your first initial investment in a truck, then that's my personal opinion, you know. So they're trying to push them to get their CDLs pretty much. Emperor, I really don't know. You know, I got a lot of flack on my Amazon videos this week. People was challenging me, you know, but I understand business, man. And there's no loyalty in business. And Amazon has proven that they don't have loyalty. It's business, man. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to cut corners. Amazon's main priority is the consumer. All right. Not the contractor, not the Amazon sellers, right? Not the relay guys, not the AFPs, not the DSPs, not the Amazon people who sell on the Amazon website, the sellers. Amazon's main priority is the consumers. This webcam that I'm filming from right now, that I'm streaming from, I ordered one of these, right? Late one night, right? I ordered it. It said, okay, well, you can get next day delivery from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. It'll be at your doorstep when you wake up. Guess what? I woke up at 7:30, wasn't there. They said, all right, well, it'll be here by 12. 12 o'clock, I saw on the app that it said, well, we're having issues. You'll see it tomorrow. Hey, look, I need this today, man. I need a new webcam. The webcam that I got, I don't like the way it looks. All right. I ordered this one. I'm going on live. And this is a real story. I'm going on live tonight. I was making it up, but I made it seem like it was really urgent. I said, man, y'all said it was going to be here overnight and it ain't here. Now you talking about tomorrow. I really need this. They said, all right, we'll place another order. And if that one still comes, you can keep both of them. One of them be on Amazon. Amazon cared about me enough that I got this camera and they sent me the other one right here. So I got two of them. They care about the consumer. All right. So they care about the consumer, and then they care about getting the consumer their stuff at the fastest pace, faster than any other e-commerce platform, right? That's why they're constantly building and putting money into getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They never cut the switch off on these vehicles. They're building these vehicles. They got Sprinter building them, they got Ram building them, they got Rivian building them, and they never told. They said just keep building them. Keep building them. Eventually, what they want to do is they want to build out their infrastructure similar to a UPS and a FedEx. They're going to handle everything in-house. That's the way it's going to get to. That's the way it's going to get to. All right. Once they cut out the post office, that's a bunch more money they're saving. Amazon doesn't make money like that, what you guys think, off these products. Yeah, they charge the Amazon sellers a lot of money. It was like 30%. You know where Amazon makes their money? You know how they're able to do all these free deliveries and stuff like that? They make their money off the subscriptions. It's just like Costco and it's just like Sam's Club. You know why Walmart prices can be a little bit higher when fuel went up? You see that 90-day lag, the prices in food slowly go up. But Sam's Club prices, even though it's under the same company, it's just one is a membership and one isn't, and one is bulk and one isn't. Sam's Club prices kind of remain around the same price. You know why that is? Because Sam's Club doesn't really focus on the price. They make their money off the membership. They make their money off the subscription. That's how they make their money. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon makes its money off your Prime membership, right? And off all these fees that they charge the sellers. The sellers have to drive down the prices to be competitive. Amazon wants to cut as much as possible so that they can continue to maximize their profit. Eventually, they're not going to have a reason for the post office. So when I put that video out the other day and the people that challenged me got mad because they hell bent on Amazon. And I'm saying, get your money. But man, Amazon is a business. If they going to make more money and they have to cut you to make more money, then that's what they're going to do. And I don't know why everybody's so hell bent. It's the truth. They've done it before. Amazon not going to operate like you or me. We have feelings. Person tell me, Mark, I fucked up. Don't fire me, man. I got a baby on the way. My heart gonna feel it a little bit. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give you another chance. Amazon say, we're cutting, I'm not saying this is gonna happen. Oh, we're cutting Relay. But man, so not let's do Relay. Let's say we're cutting DSP. No, let's say we're cutting Relay. Let's say that. We're cutting the post office. We don't need the post office, so we don't have the volume since we're not dealing with the post office. So we're cutting a lot of these Relay guys. I'm just making something up, for example. But man, I built my whole business on the fact that you said that I could build a successful box trucking business using the volume that you guys have and on your platform. And they're gonna be like, man, fuck you. We don't care, man. We saving money. We don't use the post office no more. We're doing everything in-house, and we got the DSPs pushing it on that side. We don't need or whatever. They've done it before with the DSP. They done did this shit before, bro. You got people, lawsuits for millions and millions of dollars of people they left fucking hanging, that invested their life savings into building a DSP business, and they just screwed them over. I was wondering, can you sell your business that does final mile only? Yeah, you can sell it. You got to find somebody, a broker, to sell it. You list it for sale. Make sure your books are Trump tight. Emperor Walker. That's what I'm saying. So, man, I to answer your question here, so they're trying to push them to get their CDLs. I don't know if they're trying to push them to get their CDLs, but it's just like I said in the video, man. They're gonna fill up those Amazon freight partner stuff first. They're gonna put that freight in the 53 footers first for AFPs. The overages go over to Relay. Same thing on the final mile side. They're gonna push the DSPs first. This is you, like, I'm not making this shit up. This is on their web. These are their words. The DSPs are going to get the freight first. They're going to fill up all the DSP vans to the max. Once the DSP vans get to the max, everything that's left over gets flexed out to an Amazon Flex. Amazon Flex is comparable to Amazon Relay. You got Amazon Freight Partners, and delivery service partners are comparable. Middle mile, final mile. Then on the other coin, on the flip coin, you got Amazon Relay and Flex. They get the overages, right? Just is what it is. I mean, shit. So I don't know if, this email, me putting it together, it's kind of, they're telling you stuff, but then they're not telling you stuff. But what kind of stands out to me on that email is this part. The current training is focused on 53-foot trucks and has not yet been updated to include box truck content, but still contains helpful information on how to get started. So that's questionable to me. And the reason why it's questionable to me is because, like I keep reiterating, Amazon has a history of switching their business model up and leaving people hanging. They've done it multiple times. I say this all the time, but people get mad at me. So, well, it is what it is. I tell the truth. I'm not going to sell you no dream here. You can go look it up yourself. Go look up 2018. Go back to 2018, 2017, 2018, see what they did. Even go as far as last year. They got DSPs currently in the current model that have superior ratings, that because those markets are slow, they let them go and offer them $10,000 severance. And here, sign this NDA and we'll give you $10,000. But man, what I got all these. I've invested all this money in these leasing agreement on these vans and this, that, and the third. Look, man, it is what it is. It's business. I mean, it's in your contract. We said we could terminate it at any time. So what we're going to do is here's an NDA. You can sign this NDA, right? Here's $10,000. You can't talk about it. All right. We're going to terminate you in 30 days, right? And this is real. I'm not making this up. This is not an example. You can go look this up. There's plenty of DSPs that are on the new model that this has happened to. You're going to sign this NDA. We're going to give you $10,000, and 30 days. We're going to shut you off, and then you can't tell your workers though for 15 days. So once we hang up, you can't let your workers know until the 15th day. So halfway between now and 30 days, you can let your workers know. And also in the original contract that we signed, a non-compete clause doesn't exist. So actually, once we terminate you, those drivers that work for you, they're allowed to go apply at the other DSP that you probably work right next to in our facility. They can go work for him. You have no non-compete clause. Here, so do you want to sign this NDA and take this 10 grand? But man, I'm upside down 150 grand. You guys are going to charge me for all these vans when I turn them in. I know some of these vans got dents and scrapes. Yeah, we're going to charge you that, but don't worry about it. You don't got to start paying on that for 90 days. And we're talking about people that got superior ratings, that had flawless ratings. So to answer your question, Joe, I don't know. I was thinking about doing the AFP program because I got offered the DSP program. I mean, we talked about it, but man, the numbers didn't look right, man. The numbers didn't look right. So that's why I got away. And I'm glad I got away because that was 2017. I already got caught up in that 2018 restructuring, like what they're trying to do now with this restructuring on the relay side. I would have been upside down because they wanted me to come in with 20 vans. And then they said I had to get 10 more vans after 30 days. And I would have been paying $1,300 a month for each van. I would have been screwed. I would have been like one of these guys, broke, probably in foreclosure and lost my crib and lost everything and been fucked up. What's the best fuel cards to use? I use Universal Premium. I've been using Universal Premium for years. That's what I use. They heavy in the R&D department, and eventually drones will dominate. They have to innovate to stay in business. I definitely believe drones are going to come into play. And I've thought about talking about drones on my channel, but I think that's just, man, I'm having a hard time getting people to understand the current Amazon business model. You know what I'm saying? So I think like talking about drones, man, that's just over some people gonna fly. Like, man, I know people that work for Amazon. It's like the people that work strictly for Amazon, like in their warehouse. It's like, man, they got them hypnotized, man. Like, I just don't, I understand it, but I don't show no loyalty to nobody in business because I know they're not gonna show no loyalty to me. I don't put my eggs in one basket. I know what it's like to have an account and not have it for whatever reason, and it might not even be your fault. So this email that everybody keeps talking about today, and people have been hitting me up about this email since earlier. And the only thing that I'm telling you that is funny to me is this part right here. The current training is focused on 53-foot trucks and has not yet been updated to include box truck content. That's the concerning part for me. And anybody that's running an Amazon relay, I think that should be concerning for you too, based on, and this is solely based on Amazon's history of restructuring their delivery platforms. Yeah, it's a cold game out here, man. It's cold out here, man. But it is what it is, man. It's other opportunities out there. Just don't put your eggs into one basket. I've been telling people that. And it's funny how this email went out days after I did the Amazon video and I got the flack for it. Man, I know what I'm talking about, man. I know what I'm talking about, yo. Yeah. Ramon, I appreciate you, man. Hey, you tried to come on the screen about 20 minutes ago. You're welcome to come back on. We couldn't see you or hear you, but I think that was you that popped up. You're welcome to come on. And I'll be looking for you to sign up for one of my coaching sessions. There go the link for anybody that want to come on. So yeah, man. So I appreciate you man, some for sending me that email or copy and pasting that email in its entirety. Because man, people have been telling me about this email all day, and I'm like, I don't do Amazon Relay, but I mean, I'll make sense out of it if you let me read the email. But no one ever sent it to me, so somebody pasted some piece of it, but you pasted in its entirety. So as far as me trying to make sense out of it, I think it I kind of and Joe, I'm curious to think what you think of that email. I'm kind of only thing that concerns me is this part right here. The 53-foot trucks, the current training is focused on 53-foot trucks and has not yet been updated to include box truck content. So they're restructuring. Oh, let me read this. I want to read this again. Here is the Amazon box truck email. Attention carriers, Amazon is excited to announce that we will be launching short-term contracts for box trucks in the coming months. So this is what I don't. Okay, so if this email wasn't been edited, son, did you edit this? Because this says launching short-term contract for box trucks in the coming months, but at the end of the email it says it's only for 53 footers. This is the new way of booking work. This new way of booking work will replace the current DDU tendering process to ensure a smooth transition. We wanted to inform your company as soon as possible, and we will be communicating any update. To prepare for this transition, Amazon highly recommends reviewing how short-term contracts can benefit your carrier business training available in the Learning tab of the Support Center. Please note, now this is what I'm just because this says the current training is focused on 53-foot trucks and has not yet been updated to include box truck content, but still contains helpful information on how to get started. And this email, additionally, Amazon will be hosting local office hours for carriers in each sort center. Please be on the lookout for invitation in the coming weeks. Sincerely, Luis Diaz. I don't know. It don't sound. If they're only focusing on 53 footers, that's the priority. So I don't know, man. I was wondering, can you sell your business? I answered that already. Appreciate it, bro. Another thing too, they said a couple months. So do you think you're going to do peak season with box trucks? You said another thing too, they said a couple months ago. So do you think you're going to do peak season with box trucks? You said they sent out a questionnaire and they asked you that? No, the email was not edited. They currently have 53-foot contracts. So Amazon already had short-term contracts on the relay side. So that's why I'm trying to make sense of that email when they already have short-term contracts. And I'm also trying to make sense of why they said this doesn't include the box trucks. So I don't know. Are they trying to get rid of box trucks? Do they plan on exiting out the box trucks? I don't know. But if they do, a lot of people are going to be upset. I can't really. I mean, I'm trying to think. Do I have any connects in Amazon as far as that side of the business that could give me a solid answer? I'll have to see. I'm gonna have to research that tomorrow. Let me see. Current trend focus on 52 for yeah. I don't know. Any other questions? Final mile. Everybody want to come on? And I'll try to get to the bottom of that email. I appreciate you, son, for posting it. Box trucks currently do not have short-term contract, only 53. Right. So this guy earlier was telling me he got a short-term contract with his one box truck. And I'm just like, all right, man. All right, whatever, bro. Like, I don't know. You're gonna always have people try to challenge you, but like these are their words, man. These are their words. So, you know, and it's like I said in the video, Amazon is gonna push the freight on 53 footers for obvious reasons. We know why. I mean, it's a 53 footer. They have volume. They're gonna use the 53 footer because it's bigger. And then whatever overages, if they have overages for a certain place going in a certain direction, and it's not enough to fill up another 53 footer, then they'll flex it out. I'm just using flex on the final mile side for the middle mile side. They'll flex it to a smaller truck, right? So they can pay the 26-foot truck less than a 53 footer because they don't have enough to fill up the 53 footer, right? Amazon has volume, volume, volume. All right. So they're going to utilize the bigger trailer. You're definitely speaking facts about Amazon. You should title this video "Stay Away from Amazon If You Want to Grow a Business." Yeah. See, here's the thing, man. I think Amazon is good. I think it's good if you know how to work it. I'm gonna always say that. I think it's good if you know how to work it. My issue, and not even an issue, what I try to drive home to people is that, one, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And I keep reiterating this. And two, all you got, like, when the internet was invented in 1991, all right, this is the information pathway to everything you want to know. All right. You can just do a Google search on Amazon's history in middle mile, final mile, and how they do people. They have a history of just switching up just like that and leaving people hanging. All right. Obviously, if you're on the relay side, you're not going to be left with um you're not going to be left with you're not going to be in the red to the point where you've invested a lot of money like the people who are the DSPs and the AFPs. People, DSPs that got left that get, that they say, we're parting ways. These people have vested money into fleets of vans and they're in the red. You know what I'm saying? They're in the red because Amazon requires you to come in with a minimum amount of vans, right? Buying in, and then they're charging you for the lease, and then they're charging you once they cut ties with you, once they send that to the company that they have for the fleet management of the vans, and they go through those vans with a fine-tooth comb, and then they charge you for all the damages on the van. All right. Those people are kind of in a messed up situation. If you're on relay side and they say, we're cutting box trucks, you can just take your box truck to DAT, or you could just take it to Selected. So it's not bad. I think people get this thing in their head because they feel like, okay, I'm with Amazon, and because Amazon is Amazon, they feel like this sense of oh, I'm with Amazon. I made it, you know what I'm saying? But man, Amazon will just switch up on you like that. They've done it. You can go to Google, do a quick Google search, and you'll see how many times they switched their business model and delivery, and how many people they left holding the bag that were already upside down, that they gave this hopium to and invested into this platform of DSP, and got all these vans and got all these drivers, and they had these lease agreements, and now they're upside down. I mean, I can do a screen share. We can go read some of these stories. We can go read some of these stories. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like get the best out of it that you can with Amazon. And if they switch up, just be prepared. Just be prepared. What's the best way to scale your box truck business? I have 3 at the moment. What are you doing? Are you middle mile or are you final mile? that the answer to that question all depends on what lane you're in. DeMarco, love your platform, bro. The way you make yourself available to the less informative, man, you have a blessing for real, man. Man, you know, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you letting me know that, and that's kind of what keeps me going. The whole purpose of the whole reason why I even started this was because I saw people getting misinformed. I saw like just, you know, sitting and watching videos of other people that I knew that were less knowledgeable in this game, that hadn't been in this game. And I'm like, how are you able to sell something, a mentorship or a course? And you just said you just went and got your box truck and you're on a journey to be in the box truck game, your damn self. And I'm just like, yo, and I'm only seeing people telling you the good thing, or I made $5,000. I made $10,000 this week. I make more than a semi truck. Come on, man, that's cap. I got people, I'm seeing videos with people saying they making X amount of dollars in Sprinter vans, X amount of dollars in 16 footers. And I'm not the type of person to call people out. I've had people that want me to call people. I'm not going to do that. So instead of me sitting and watching people sell hopium and spread false, I said, you know what, let me just create a channel and tell people the truth. I'm probably not going to get liked. It's probably going to be people that's going to hate me, you know, but this is the truth. This is the truth. This is a small margin industry. All right. If it sounds too good to be true, as like my mama always said, if it sounds good to be true, then it probably is. It probably is. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how I just believe, you know. I mean, I've made millions of dollars too, and I'm not a millionaire. I said it. $1 million cost me 800. So that's with insurance, that's with fuel, that's with payroll, that's with unexpected situations, that's with purchasing equipment, purchasing supplies, and everything else. This is a low margin business. I was able to get mine to 20% at my peak because I did a lot of stuff myself, and I spoke on that. I washed my own trucks. I changed my own air filters. I did a lot of stuff myself. You know, I cleaned my own trucks every weekend. I did a lot of stuff myself, man. I worked my ass off, man. I sacrificed a lot. And that's another thing I talk about. A lot of people, they get into the game and they call themselves a business person, but are you really a business person? A business person going to do what they got to do to get to the bag. They're going to go get the money. Like I said in the video the other day, the money ain't going to come to you all the time. Sometimes you got to go get it, go out there and get it and bring it back. All right. You know, employees can say what they want to do and don't want to do, right? So when an employee don't show up to work and all your resources are tapped out, you might have to roll up your sleeves and go get the job done, right? And if you're not willing to go roll up your sleeves and get the job done, then I can't really consider your business. And I tell people that. You dig what I'm saying? Because I don't what I'm gonna get out of sitting up there and lying to you for. It's not gonna make me a difference whether I lie to you, sell you fake hope, or tell you the truth. If you're gonna be a business person, you gotta get out there, roll up your sleeves, and go get to the money. You might have to go get the money and bring it back. If I gotta move a truck and somebody call off and I don't have the coverage to have somebody else come in and cover it, guess who gotta go put their boots on, go put their Dickie pants on, roll up their sleeve, throw a uniform shirt on, put my knee brace on because I'm 42 years old and I got a bad right knee, and go climb 3 flights of stairs because this customer booked the job, right? And it might be the last day of the month. Her lease may be up. She has to be out. I can't be like, well, short one guy. You know what I'm saying? I have to do what I gotta go do. I have to, if I'm the only able, willing body that day, then I gotta go get out there and I gotta go get it done. You know, I had to go get the money and bring it back. And building a business, most business people, right? That's what they do. True. Look at Jeff Bezos. Look how he built his business. Look at all the time and the effort. Now he can sit back and chill. Got his body right because he did the business. He look at how he looked in the 90s. Look at him now. He built the bag up. He said, you know what? You were with me. Here's 35 million. I want a divorce. I'm going to go get me a young thing. look at that. I made a lot of sacrifice. I'm 42. I built my business all the time, all through my 30s and stuff. I don't got no kids. You know what I'm saying? I was too busy out there. My day starts at 5 a.m. Sometimes it didn't end to midnight. And it started back at 5. I didn't leave the office until the last truck came in. And sometimes that truck might not came in at 12. Sometimes it might not came in at 1. It depends on the day. Sometimes the trucks might all come in at 5. You know? Because I'm running moving and trucking. So the moving trucks, if a move went long or a crew took a move, had a move that was scheduled late afternoon, early evening, and it just happened to be a long move, and that truck didn't get done until 12, 1 o'clock, I had to be there. So it come with a lot of sacrifice, you know. I just see a lot of people, man, they ain't really to put that sacrifice in, man. Like, man, if I'm gonna start a business and I see that something's not working and I got this piece of equipment and I see that it's a lane out there for me to make money in, and I can't make it locally, even though I want to stay locally. But I see, man, you know what? I got the truck, I got the insurance, I got the DOT, but the money is on. And I'm just using it as an example. I'm not saying this is what you got to do. People can do what they want to do, but I just can't find the local route, or the local route isn't conducive. I'm not able to maximize my full earning potential. It's just not cutting it. But I see if I go out a little bit further, then I can make some more money, and it'll be more conducive to what I'm trying to do and what I'm trying to get out of this box trucking thing. Because ultimately I do want to grow, but in order for me to grow, I got to increase my earning. So maybe I need to go OTR. Me in person, I'm just gonna have to go OTR. I'm gonna have to do what I gotta do because I gotta get it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I really appreciate my consultation with you. You are truth and honest. I jumped into the game watching the YouTubers dream sellers. After my consultation with you, I am focused on contracts and OTR. Yeah, I remember we talked. It was actually August 1st I talked to you. I remember you. It was in the afternoon. And that day, check this out. That day when he talked to me, he had a consultation and I had to jump on the truck that day. And I remember I said, man, you know, I know you booked this consultation, but I ended up having to jump on the truck last minute. I said, I'm willing to do the consultation with you because I got my earpiece in and I can talk and work at the same time, or I can reschedule with you for later on this evening. He said, no, I wanna do the consultation with you work. I need that's in I don't know if this was your words. I think you said it was inspiring hearing that you're willing to take the consultation with me while you work. I appreciate you for doing. And you know, I remember that. Yeah, so that's a great example. I had to jump on the truck that day. I got to do what I got to do. I understand what's going on right now. Employment is scarce. It's hard out here. So every day I'm prepared to jump on. Like those days when I used to lay around the office, I got my couch, I got my 4 screens right here, my big TV on the wall. I got operations office down there, fleet manager over there, and everybody else doing the work for me. And it's 12 o'clock. Everything is running like a well-oiled machine. All my trucks is out. I'm looking at this screen. I see all the little dots, the trucks all over. I'm looking at this screen. I'm watching YouTube on this screen. Oh, I'm tired. I'm gonna go take a nap. I go lay on the couch. Those days are over with temporarily for right now. Right now, I gotta be prepared because people don't want to work. So I can't chill no more. I used to could my business ran like a well-oiled machine at one point where I could go take trips. I'm in Dubai looking at my phone, looking at Fleetmatics on the app, making sure the trucks is out, making sure everybody I got in the office that's supposed to be doing what they supposed to be doing is doing what they supposed to be doing. I'm looking at the cameras in the office and I'm looking at Fleetmatics, looking at the trucks. I can see everything from my phone. I can't do that no, but there's no way in hell I would be halfway across the country in 2022 with everything that's going on as far as like employment and shit now, because I just know I can't do that right now, you know. But now I appreciate you for the consultation. I appreciate that you booked it. I appreciate that you got value out of it. And I'm sorry, you know, that you ran into some dream sellers early on. But you know, I appreciate that you know, booked with me, and I was able to, you know, get you motivated and point you in the right direction, and everything's working out. I think Amazon is a season gig, October through January. I cannot name one person I know who devoted their entire business to Amazon and they were successful. I know some people, well, I don't want to say I know some people. I know some people that figured out how to make money, but the key thing that they said with them making money is that they are they know how to work it, and then they don't mind doing the extra hard work to bring in the profit that they're happy with. I think one of the main issues is the dream sellers sold these dreams for these big numbers, and those numbers were big last year. But we already know why those numbers were big. We already know why those numbers were inflated because of the supply chain issue. But that was temporary. But a lot of people came in during that time because it was pumped. Look how many YouTubers popped up last year for box trucks that don't do box trucking no more. A lot of YouTubers go with the trend because they're what they are professional YouTubers, right? They're professional YouTubers, and if crypto is popping, then they're talking about crypto. If box trucks is popping, then they're talking about box truck. They'll go invest in a box truck and do box truck content. When box truck content goes away, if stocks start popping, then they're going to start talking about stocks. If guns are popping, then they're going to start talking about guns. They're professional YouTubers. This is what they do, and they sold a dream based on what was currently going on in the industry at that time, and it was inflated rates due to the supply chain issue. But those rates weren't standard. Now we're looking at standard rates, but we're looking at standard rates with a high cost of entry, which means a smaller margin already on top of an already small margin. And I'm whispering to let you know how small the margin is. It's very small. Okay. So that's what it is. But I think, I think you can make some money out of it. You know what I'm saying? You just have to be content and you have to know your game. It's somebody I know that I actually want to have a conversation with on screen who's doing it, I think, correctly. He doesn't have a lot of overhead. I'm gonna try to get him. We're gonna try to do something next week. I don't want to talk about it. We're gonna promote it. It's gonna be a cross-platform thing. But he gets it. He gets it. You know what I'm saying? His overhead is low, right? And he understands it's not a get rich type of thing. He is appreciative of the money that he makes. He set a dollar amount, and as long as he makes that dollar, he's cool with it. You know? But I understand like that October through January, yeah, that's when the big bucks come in. Appreciate you. I complete 250 miles listening to you, bro. Appreciate all the good content, man. I appreciate you, Andre, for even listening and joining in while you're driving. I appreciate that. You speaking facts on these fake YouTubers. I currently have 9 trucks operating for me and get paid a premium rate and still not a millionaire. But my business makes over $1 million a year. Not easy, right? Right. So my like you said, like the margin is very small. Like making million. If you have the trucks in this industry, you can make the millions if you got the trucks. If you got a fleet of trucks, all right, you're gonna make millions of dollars. All your trucks are running, right? You're gonna make millions of dollars. Gross. The money gonna come in, but as it comes in, it's gonna go right back out. Majority of it's gonna go right back out, right? And that's just the industry. To take home $1 million, I can't tell you what that's going to take because I've never taken home $1 million. I've grossed $1 million, but I've only taken home 200,000. I've only taken home 200,000. So I could have taken home probably a little bit more. I probably could have taken home about 250,000. But I'm a smart businessman, so I understood. My taxes, I understood depreciation, I understood write-off. So I had some stuff that I was paying for under the business at my $1 million a year phase where the business was paying for my car, my luxury car. Since I'm paying for it. I remember I went and bought in 2013, I went and bought my first 750. And I didn't buy it under the business. My accountant ripped me a new asshole. He ripped me a new asshole, right? Because he said, "Why didn't you buy this under the business?" So that was the learning curve. I'm like, "What do you mean? Why would I buy it under the business?" He was like, "This is a write-off." why wouldn't you buy this BMW under the business? You can write this off. This is a big write-off. You need the depreciation, Mark. You need the depreciation, Mark. That's what how he used to talk to me. I'm saying, damn, I didn't think of it. It was kind of an impulse buy. You know, the girlfriend I was dating at the time told me, man, Mark, you deserve something. You've been working hard. You got the money. Go out and buy yourself something nice. I said, you sure? She was like, yeah, you could. Well, you can afford it. Go out and buy yourself something nice. So I went down to Joe Perillo BMW dealership here, and I bought my first 750. But I bought it under me personally, and my accountant ripped me a new asshole. So that was my learning experience. But yeah, so I was purchasing. I could have made a little bit more money, because I was buying I was leasing my personal vehicles, like my luxury vehicles, under the business. But even with that, I was still able to bring home 200, after it was all said and done. So, yeah, so I've never been a millionaire. So I saw a video on YouTube where the guy said, if you buy a box truck, you can make $1 million in 1 year with a box truck, with one box truck. Yeah. And that was the moment where I said, well, man, you know what? I'm tired of just seeing people get sent off. I'm just going to create a channel, and I hope people listen to it. I'm just going to tell people the real. And somebody said, you know what? Your page probably not going to grow as fast as some others because you're actually telling the truth. But if you stick at it consistently, you'll get there. I mean, it's been a slow grind, but I mean, I've only been doing it 4 months, but my whole objective on this channel is to spread the truth and help people as much as possible, and give them the real knowledge and not sell them a dream, even if it's harsh or the honest to God truth, and it may hurt them. They may be doing something wrong, and I tell them, man, this is not going to work. I'd rather tell them that than sell them a dream. Is it possible to run cargo for parts with box truck? Yes, you can run cargo for parts. You just got to find a contract that has, it's a part contract, and you can run parts with your box truck. I'm trying to think of something offhand. I can't think of anything offhand because most part places are local and they have their own delivery trucks, and they usually deliver them to like mechanic shops or body shops. Like the body shop part comes from like a body place, and then parts, you gotta remember O'Reilly and AutoZone, they have their own delivery vehicles that they deliver to a lot of mechanic shops. So all that's kind of done in house. So that's why I don't think you see a lot of part contracts, but I know they exist. I just don't know what logistics companies have them, because it's not very plentiful, because I think O'Reilly's and AutoZone pretty much has that on lock. Shipping containers, if you're talking about car parts, I don't I think when you're talking about parts, you're talking about auto parts, right? Oh no, you said ports. I'm tripping, man. It's getting late. Is it possible to run cargo for ports with box trucks? No, you can't. You can't. Because think about it, because I got a homie who does intermodal. So the way the ports work is like this. They really don't have docks, right? So the shipping boat comes in with all the cargo containers stacked. They got this big crane that unloads them and stacks them. Boom, stacks them, stacks them, stacks. When that semi truck pulls in, it's just a semi truck and the chassis. They take that crane, they take that cargo container, they set it on that chassis. The driver comes out with the lock pin thing, and locks it in, and then it goes, and then the crane does it and sets it on the next one. So no, you can't do ports. I mean, you can't do box trucks at the ports. I'm sorry, I was thinking you saying parts, man. It's getting late, so my eyes ain't working right. That's ports, not parts. Yeah, strictly shipping containers, man. Those shipping containers come straight off the dock. They get stacked on the port, and then those semi trucks come through with just the chassis, and then they set those containers straight on the chassis. The driver gets out, put those pin locks in, and that's it. They gone. That's a good question, though. You're right. That is a good question, because somebody actually booked a session with me, and said, "Man, we're having a hard time getting freight out of Florida. We took a load and we went to Florida, but we can't find nothing. We figured there would be a lot of freight at the port." And I'm like, "You're in a box truck." It's like, "And but we're in Florida, the ports." I said, what are you gonna get out of Florida as far as general merchandise? You probably gonna get more commodities, like fruits or something coming from South America, bananas or something. All your GM, your general merchandise, your general commodities are coming through those California ports in New York. Um, but yeah, the way the ports operate with containers, they just set those containers straight on the chassis of the tractor. And then the driver just locks those pins in. But that's a good question though, because a lot of people don't know that. They think that, the ports, you know, like, no, those containers are full. Think about it, guys. Why unload a 53-foot or a 48-foot container into a 26-foot box truck when it's already a container? It's already a container. It's full already. Just set the container on the box, on the chassis, and go. You know? Yeah. So yeah. So any other questions? What time is it? 11:36. Been on what, 3 hours now? Actually 4 hours. But it was a very informative live. A lot of questions tonight, a lot of engagement. Um, there's the link. What time is it? 11:36. I'm gonna get 4 minutes and I'm gonna get out of here if I don't see no more questions. But this was a good one, guys. They get better every week. More new people come in. We got a lot of regulars in here, like Joe. Who else? Joe. Who else? I know some of the people in here because they got mentorships. Emperor Walker, Dina, James, Emperor. He did a coaching class with me. I said Joe. Yeah, so a lot of regulars. No problem, man. No problem. That would be dope though if you can get freight for 26-foot box trucks out the ports. But I mean, you think about it, just man, those containers are already full. You can just take the semi truck coming in, just that crane just set on the chassis and they out of there. So, but no problem. It's a good question though. I get asked that a lot. Sometimes people don't even ask; they just take a route there and think they're gonna find something at the port, and they're just wondering why. Hey, how come there's nothing at the port? I'm like, oh, you're in a 26-foot box truck. Hey, Joe, how's business before I get out of here? I saw you had a question last week, right when I ended the live, it popped up. I don't remember what that question is, but if you remember, you can go ahead and type it. But how's business either way before I get out of here? I know you're doing final mile right now. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with these in the semi truck lane. I'm trying to figure out, do I want to learn it for about 6 months or do I want to learn it for about a year? And then how do I want to go about it? What time is it? 11:38. Any more questions? I'll stick on for about another 2 minutes. How you start semi trucks without a CDL? Think about it. Easy. Get all your DOT and everything. Go buy a semi truck and hire a driver. I wouldn't do that though, which is the main reason why I'm going to CDL school, because I'm transitioning into semis. I want to start over there on that side, but I don't want to be the person who invests, because that's another thing. People go out and buy a semi, they don't know how to drive. Somebody abandons your truck. Now you got to find somebody to go get your truck. It's going to happen. It's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. Things are going to happen. Your truck might break down in the middle of nowhere. The driver might not want to sit there and wait. he may catch a flight and abandon the truck. You got to go get your truck, So you want to at least be able to drive your own truck. So I think if you're going to get into the semi industry, my advice would be to go get a CDL yourself, which is what I'm going to go do as early as next month. And from there, once you get your CDL, I wouldn't even stop there. I would actually go and work for a company for a little while, about 6 months. The reason why is because you kind of want to get the feel of a truck. You kind of want to, that's a expensive piece of equipment that, it's not like driving a 26 footer. You want to kind of grind their clutch out and mess their truck up before you jump in with your own. You want to learn the game from both sides of the equation. You want to learn it from the owner operator side, and you also want to learn it from being in the field. That way a driver can't sell you any dream and say, hey, well, you ain't out here, I'm the one out here, I'm away from my family. See, they won't be able to tell you none of that if they know you did it yourself. They can't sell you a dream. So I would say go get your CDL, go work for a company for a little while. This is just my advice. Learn the game from both sides of the coin. And then, you can scale up. I think start buying a truck, hire a driver, and things of that nature. That way you kind of know the game and you know how to go about it. That's going to reduce that learning curve for you. And that's my advice. Getting my CDL now, I had one in 2015. Oh, so you're already in school for it. Good for you. Why'd you let it go? Well, you in Ohio, right? If I'm not mistaken, right? Why'd you let it go? I had experience driving OTR flatbed for 2 years. I went back to school. My CDL has expired, and the new regulations, I have to go back in class. Oh, okay, bet. Well, yeah, I would go back and get it, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I know people that are driving CDLs for companies that are making more than owner operators. Right now, I know people that are driving for companies that are making more than owner operators. So, but that's it, man. It's 11:42. I've been on 4 hours. The room is starting to die down. So I don't see any more questions. Anybody on here? I appreciate everybody for coming out. Every Tuesday at 7:30 is what I'm doing now. It seems to be working this way. Me doing it once a week. People expect it. People come on. The engagement is up better now because I've been doing it consistently for about 2 weeks. It was a good turnout tonight. So next week I may have a special guest, and I'll promote it, and maybe you guys can get some Amazon information from somebody that's really good at Amazon, that does it, that I think it really gets it and understands it. And thank you so much, man. Thanks so much, man. You true blessings and motivation for thousands of us out here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, son, for coming in. I appreciate you for coming on the coaching. I appreciate you for being on here tonight. Good engagement, good questions. Everybody else is still here. I think we had like 40 something, 50 people at one point. Everybody's still here. If there's no more questions, man, I'm gonna go ahead and retire, and I will post it because there was a lot of good information on this live. And hopefully Shirley was able to rent that truck for $850 a week, unlimited miles. So there's no other questions. I'll see you guys next Tuesday at 7:30. I'm out.